We're not on air, right? Yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
It's happening.
Can I try sharing my screen with presenter's notes so you can confirm that everything looks fine?
You will be doing great. I know that. So you can try.
Okay. And okay, so can you please confirm that you can see my slides, but you don't
Yes.
see my presenter's notes?
No, it is only the slides.
Awesome. Yeah, amazing. Thanks.
Super cool. So we have a couple of attendees for the sake of the summit. Let me declare that we have people from Australia. I can see that gentleman already joined. I can see Farah from Malaysia. I can see a couple of guys from India. Oh, you got a sister from Russia. So both of you ladies. Her name is Evgenia. Evgenia is already there. So maybe, and she was a past speaker as well. So let me do one, good thing in this World Leaders Summit. Let me put both of these ladies and gentlemen in the panel. Maybe you guys can talk to each other. It's nice to know each other if you don't have any issues, Elena and Daria.
Sure.
Perfect. Yeah. Farah, where are you? Yeah, I can see you now. Marco, brother, where are you? Marco is going to speak on 16th. Wow, Remco is there. All the speakers are joining now. This is difficult for me. Okay.
Hey everyone.
Hello everyone. Just I'm without video right now. Probably I will join with my video later. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and then we have Remco. We have Remco from Netherlands. What's this Lenovo K6 POW? That's not my team. Is it yours? Someone here? Someone from the speakers? I don't know. Sagar, could you check? Sagar, you are there with us, right? Nimpia and Sagar, could you please check Lenovo K6 Power? Don't show any WLS logo. Sorry, I just put you as attendee. Don't give permission to someone else, guys. I mean, don't do that. A small request. Marco, welcome. Farah, let me have you back again. Thank you. Okay, Siggy, welcome, man. Hey.
Hi. Hi, Siggy. How are you?
I'm okay.
Super.
Okay, I just woke up. I hope
Super.
you also woke up.
Okay, hold on, Siggy. Take rest, chill. You have a lot of time. You are on the third list. And now, let me give you a very brief how it's going to happen. We'll be live in Facebook and 5 different other social media. We have a couple of partners. So question and answer will happen over here from the attendees who are attending in the Zoom, but we get questions from social media and my team will give it to me and I'll shoot that question directly to you. And I'll, take a name and maybe it will happen. But we'll go for a 20 to 25 minutes speech, very specific, and then 5 to 10 minutes for question and answer. If it totally depends on 3 of you, 4 of you, whoever is joining. If you feel we'll have question and answer later on, we can do that later on. And after this summit, after this gaming and AR VR, we'll have a doctor's panel, which is like a scientist panel, I should say. So the guy who practically was there to create, you can say the COVID-19 vaccine. So that whole team is actually joining as a panelist, about 6 scientists panel. And after that, we have a startup award and industry award, which will be given by one of our respected jury member. We practically selected more than, I think, I forgot, maybe my team can tell me the total number, but it practically crossed probably 50,000 or maybe 55,000 list. And we only took 80 people. And out of those 80, we are giving recognition, all of them. And one person will get award directly from Presidential Service USA, which is a gold medal. So that's the structure. So tonight we'll see few of them, and if you wish, you can join on 16th. 16th we'll be declaring the award. So good to go. Elena, you're first. So I'll introduce you in my own style, and let me be live now. And I'll ask others to keep yourself please mute, because it might happen that.
Arijit, should I share my presentation now or later?
No, after the introduction, please.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, don't worry. You will understand when to share. You'll get me eventually. Nymphia, Sagar, backend team, we are going live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to World Leaders Summit, happening 7th of December to 16th of December, with over 126 speakers now from 90 plus countries, over 15,000 attendees, and who are shooting questions in our social media. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for all the support that you're doing. If you're not in the Zoom, please don't get upset. Zoom is practically for a very limited number of industry people. If you're not from the same relevant industry, we usually encourage you to watch us in our 6 different social media channels. So just to give you a brief, World Leaders Summit is basically totally free to join, attend, and share knowledge. We have 25 different themes, and we have an amazing theme today, which is gaming, animation, comics, augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality. We have divided the session into 2 different parts so that across the world people can join us. For Indian time, we started at 8 o'clock in the morning, ended at around 12 o'clock. And for the evening session, we usually start at 4 o'clock in the evening and then end at around 8:30 to 9 p.m. Indian time. But tonight, we have an exciting Startup and Industry Award. I'm sure that you'll be amazed by the quality and the kind of industry people we are recognizing. It has been scrutinized and finalized by 16 jury members from 16 different countries. I'm blessed and honored that they all voluntarily came forward and checked all those 50,000 plus startups and industry people across the world. For World Leaders Summit, we have got ecosystem partners and supporters in and around the world. And in gaming, thank you so much, guys, for all the support. Deep Tech Knowledge, 8 Metals, Glam World Face, Avelu Global, Animation Reviews, PR Signal, Zupin Corp, Virtual Infocom, IO Industries, BGG, Cybersecurity Geeks, I Am Superhero, Yoga Training for You, My Films, Sports Zone In, Second Life Tech, Cosplay Sailor, Squash Code. Thank you for all the support. Exo Designs, thanks for the amazing graphics that you guys are creating. Entrepreneur Space, Achievers Hub, BizTech, Extended Reality Developers of India, I Lead, TechSauce, the largest ecosystem in Thailand, Millennium Divas, more than 15,000 women entrepreneurs in your network. Thank you so much. Vadvani Foundation, IBM TV, thank you for all the support you guys are doing. From the Smart Television, Africa Digital, thank you guys for all the things that you have done for us. Adamas University, HD Africa, and the list is long. So we have our first speaker, Elena Lvova from Ukraine. She's a founder at Achievers Hub and a great soul, a superhuman being. And she has been into this gaming industry for more than 1 decade, organized more than 15 plus successful conferences on the industry, co-founder and coordinator of IT conferences, Get It and Get Up. Elena, welcome to World Leaders.
Hi. Hello. I'm good. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here.
Super. So we have a very interesting topic and theme for today's summit. Elena, the stage is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So let me share my presentation with you so you can see my slides. Okay. Can you see it? Okay. I suppose that you see it. And hello, everyone, once again. And again, thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to open gaming and esports section at World Leader Summit 2020. My name is Elena, as you already know, and I'm a founder at Achievers Hub. And before we start, let me tell you a little bit about myself and about my past in the gaming industry. Well, I'm in the industry slightly less than a decade. Actually, it's 9 years. I will have my 10th anniversary in gaming industry in April 2021. So it's almost 10. And 6 out of this 9 years, I managed a game development outsourcing studio, iLogos, first as COO and then as CEO. And in 2017, I founded Achievers Hub. It's a platform for independent game developers. We help them get connected to mentors, investors, publishers, and pitch their games, raise funds, and so on. Also, I'm a co-organizer at Global Games Pitch and Going Hyper. These are online international events. Advisor at GDB Network and Games Gathering Conference in Kiev. If you ever have a chance to come to Kiev, please watch for this conference next time. Also, I consult some amazing game development studios and business development. And I usually say that I travel a lot, but this year, you know what happened. We usually have a lot of industry events. I've been at over 100 conferences and trade shows. This year, of course, we only had online ones. But to be honest, except for that, my life and my business routine haven't changed much. Games industry is probably one of a few industries in the world not only not affected by the pandemics, but also growing. And maybe partially because of this, I don't know. So here you can see the statistics that shows the video game market value worldwide from 2020 or from 2012 to 2020, as well as a forecast for 2023. As you can see, despite the pandemics, the entire video games industry market is growing, and it's expected to be worth over 200 billion US dollars by 2023. So what does this mean? What are the consequences of such rapid growth for the industry? Of course, there is an increased demand. More and more development companies are founded, more and more games are published every day on every platform. But on the other hand, it's very hard for them to be noticed and to stand out among hundreds of other games. So there is an increased competition for users, for players, for resources, and for knowledge. Even though there is an increased competition for knowledge in the gaming industry because there are a lot of new companies and they publish their games for the first time, there are very few countries and very few universities that provide professional game development education. So what is the solution for that? Taking into consideration that with growing, there are more and more industry professionals with many years of experience. How can young developers get knowledge and support that will help them succeed? The natural solution for this is mentorship. And actually, whatever I'm going to tell you right now is applicable not only to the games industry, but to all rapidly evolving industries. And before we start going further, maybe I'm not sure if the participants can type something in the Zoom, but I had a question. Does any of you have a mentor, or like, is any of you is a mentor? If you can share your answers. Yeah. Okay, Arijit is, of course. Okay, so yeah, anyway, for those of you who have never been and who have never had a mentor, I'll tell you who it is in general. A mentor is the more experienced professional in your field who offers you guidance, advice, and assistance from their point of view. Yeah, we have a couple of, yeah, okay, we have a couple of answers. Okay, I'm glad that you had mentors, awesome, or you have been mentors. And I really hope that someone who has never been a mentor or never had a mentor will know a little bit more about this after this session. Okay, so what can you get from a mentor? As I said, mentors are more experienced people, meaning that they can, and they of course will, share their experience with you, helping you not run into the same trap they had when they were younger and maybe when they were in your shoes. Mentors, of course, will not tell you exactly what to do, and definitely they will not do your work instead of you, but they will share experience and ask you the right questions to find out your answers yourself. Sometimes these questions might be uncomfortable and you might subconsciously avoid those questions, but in most cases, these are the questions that you need to answer in order to succeed. If you don't have an answer to these questions and you don't know how to find it, mentors can help you using their knowledge, experience, and their network. Mentors offer an outside perspective and give you an honest feedback. For example, at Achievers Hub, we also have a mentorship system. And the first thing that we do when the project is applied at Achievers Hub website is evaluating this project with a team of experts. We call them the selection committee. And during this evaluation, we define the strong parts of the project, the weak parts of the project, and we provide honest feedback regardless of are we going to work with this team further or not. So this is something that we think is very valuable for every startup, for every indie developer to have feedback on their product at different stages of development in order to not waste time on the features, for example, that are not going to work. Mentors are usually well-connected people and at least more connected than their mentees, partially because they are just more experienced in the field and they spend more time within the industry. On the other hand, if a person is a mentor, it means that there is a person who likes to help people and who likes to share knowledge. And in many cases, these are the people who usually talk at the conferences, travel, and go to some events. And this is how they have a wide network. So considering that mentors are interested in your success, they really want you to succeed, they can introduce you to the right people who can also bring some benefit to your success. They can advise you which conferences to attend and where you can meet people with the same problems. And one of my favorite things about mentorship is that they inspire and give motivation, and they can give you some inspiration by their own example, and they also let you think that you're not alone, that there is someone who also believes in you and your project and genuinely wants you to succeed. Because if the person agreed to be a mentor, this person probably likes what you do, most definitely likes what you do. This is one of my favorite quotes about mentorship. Of course, if you try to find the road somewhere, maybe you get lost in the other city, or maybe you get lost on your professional path. You can search for the information on the internet, you can download a map, read a book, take a test, but it's always better to talk to another person, to get an advice from someone who has already been there, who has already been through this. And yeah, you know, there are ups and downs on the road to success. And it's important to know that you're not alone on this road, that the person you respect and admire also faced some challenges, and that you can get support from this person. Okay, who can be your mentor? Before defining this, let's define different types of mentors. There are mentors personally for you and mentors for your project. Mentor personally for you is someone who advises you personally, helps you set and achieve your career goals, make smart business decisions, overcome workplace challenges, learn new skills, and so on. And mentors for the project give feedback and help your project to be better and concentrate on your project, your game, whatever it is, success, rather than on your personal success. If you talk about project mentors, there are generalist mentors and specialist mentors. Generalist mentors help the project in general. They usually have an insight on how to run a company, how to guide a team. They can motivate your team and track progress. And specialist mentors have expert knowledge in a narrow field and consult in their area of expertise. It can be, for example, game design, producing, art, and so on, if we talk about game development. At Achievers Hub, we have both type of mentors, and actually it's good if you have generalist mentors and mentors for yourself, and you have specialist mentors who can help you with your project. Who can be your mentor? Yeah, there are a few questions. I usually ask it to the audience. I think that you can think about it. Can your boss be your mentor? Of course, yes. Moreover, I think that many of you have ever had like sometime had bosses, and maybe have right now, who were your mentors at the same time. Maybe this it was not set up for like formally, and you didn't call it mentorship, but in reality it was. Can your friend be your mentor? Of course, if this is a person who is more experienced than you and who can share some knowledge with you, why not? Even your brother, your sister, your mom can be your mentor. Can your mentor be younger than you? Of course, yes. As long as this person has qualities and knowledge you can learn from them, of course, he or she can be your mentor. Mentorship is beyond the age differences, gender differences, language differences, as long as you understand each other. Can your mentor be from a different field of industry? Actually, yes, because sometimes the answers to the question lie in the intersection of different industries and fields. Can your mentor be from the other part of the world? Of course, especially in 2020, we know that we can be connected despite all these challenges. So who can be a mentor? Is it anyone? Is it really any person? Well, almost. It should be someone who you respect professionally. These people are going to give you feedback and advice, and you want to get this advice from the person who is, in your point of view, expert in their field. Someone you like on a personal level, you should look forward to spending time with your mentor. The conversations should be pleasant, engaging, and inspiring. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Someone you trust, you will be potentially sharing a lot of sensitive and confidential information, so this is important. Someone who has time to dedicate to you, of course, because if you are going to wait for like half a year for your next mentorship meeting, that might not work. And someone who is willing to share his or her knowledge with you, and someone that you think genuinely wants to succeed, someone you think wants best for you. So probably it's not your direct competitor or not your wife's ex-boyfriend, but okay, if you're friends, maybe that could work. So now I want you to think about this kind of person for you. I think if you have someone who you respect professionally, someone you like on a personal level, someone you trust, someone who might potentially have time to dedicate to you, and who's willing to share his or her knowledge to help you succeed. Maybe at least one person just came to your mind, and maybe you would want to ask this person to become your mentor. And even if no one comes to your mind, think of it later, and maybe some name will arise in your mind. Okay, so this is what mentee gets from this relationship. But what mentor gets? Like, why might you want to become a mentor? For me personally, mentorship is not a monetary type of relationship. At least money shouldn't be in the first place. Otherwise, it's not mentoring, it's a paid consultation. Doesn't mean that your consultant cannot be your mentor, but it should be slightly different. Mentors get insights. Not only mentees get insights from their mentors. Mentors can also get a valuable insight from you. They learn just as much as those who they help. They can see what's going on in the market, which projects are about to release, what are the main problems for newcomers, and they can also use it to make their own businesses better. Some mentors look at mentorship as a way of leaving a legacy. They just want to give back to the industry. As a mentor, you can pass your wisdom to the next generation, and you have a power to make a huge change in a company, in the industry, and maybe even in the world. Some mentors just like to take a challenge. They like to talk about what they know and try to apply their experience to someone else. It's amazing when you can share something and once there is somebody who looks up to you. Believe me, that's true. And this is one of the reasons why I'm talking here and at the other conferences as well. There is a special category of mentors who were very hands-on, had very hands-on approach in the past, and they grew up professionally, became managers, founded their own companies, and mainly busy with strategic and managerial work, but they want to have an opportunity to work directly with the projects, to do some actual work, and they want to feel this again. Sometimes mentors just like the startup feeling, and this is why they would like to help you. Mentoring is also like a possibility to create a long-term relationship with a mentee. For example, mentor can take a role of an advisory board or investor in the future. Some mentors at Achievers Hub represent publishers or investors, and mentoring projects from the early stages give them a chance to get to know the teams better and to make an informed decision about whether invest in this project or not, whether publish this game or not. By the way, developers also decide who they want to work with, especially if they get several offers, and they tend to choose someone they already know and they already trust. And some mentors simply believe in the person or the idea and wants to see it succeed, and this alone worth the time and energy spent for them. When someone agrees to become a mentor at Achievers Hub, I ask them to fill in the form. And one of the questions in this form is, what is your motivation to be a mentor? We need to understand that the person really wants this and ready to spend their time with the teams. And these are just a few examples of what mentors say. It was quite hard to choose just a few words. And you can see that some of them want to meet talented teams, give back to the industry and gain knowledge themselves, move borders of the industry, be a part of something great, a source game for publishing, or looks for the teams to invest, enter advisory board or establish long-term relationship. And I also like this answer. Somebody said that if I can help at least one person, I think my life was worth living. Another beautiful reply is, I feel experienced enough to help, but not old enough to stop listening. Someone wants to share knowledge and change the current trends of the market. Mentors have a lot of power to influence the industry and bring up the positive changes. Okay, so yeah, I told you a bit more about what can you get from a mentorship, what can you get from a mentor, and what can you get from this relationship as a mentor. I really hope that some of you will have a mentor in the future or will become a mentor. And I really hope that after this talk, you will understand this concept a little bit better. Thank you so much for your attention. That's it from my end. And if we have any questions, I think I have a few minutes to answer them, right?
Well, you have a question in the Q&A box.
Yeah.
Asked by Farah, what are the basic apps that beginners can use to develop their first commercial game app? What kind of important knowledge base they need to have to curate an app? Can you refer us to some useful site, please?
Okay, that is not really okay. It has some connection to what I was talking about. I believe that you mean if you mean by the apps, you mean the development tools. I think if you have never built a game before, you might want to check Unity as a development tool for your game. It's a game engine that provides you an opportunity to build a commercially successful game, especially mobile game, without like not too many knowledge on how to program. And there are like what is about the important knowledge. Okay, so there are I will it's a very wide question, but I will point you to the directions that you might want to check out in order to build an app. Of course, in addition to programming and art creation, UI, UX design, also it's very important to know at least basics of game design, level design, maybe if you have levels, at least game design, game producing, and monetizations of the game. There are a lot of sources, and okay, maybe if would it like is it possible for me to give this information to the listeners later, maybe as a part of the follow-up, because I just don't want to like name all the sources right now,
Perfect,
and I can,
perfectly fine.
yeah.
So I'll tell you what will happen after World Leader Summit. So of course we'll be declaring World Leader Summit 2021, but we will have very specific industry oriented conference, as well as we are creating a mentor board. We're doing a lot actually in the back end. So eventually you will get all these questions and all these people who will be coming to you.
Okay.
Of course, so we'll create that structure. Probably Evgenia, you have some question you wanted to ask her. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Arijit. Nice to meet you, Yelena.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I have two questions, but I know that our time is limited. So, could you tell us the difference between coaching and mentoring? Because I'm coach, it's interesting, I guess.
Okay, so there are a few differences, especially about like talking like coaching is usually and not usually all it's always directed to the person and the person's qualities, and it's similar to mentoring the person, but in many cases coaching is also paid relationship. Mentorship is usually not based on like paid model, and yeah, and also there is mentorship for the project. As far as I know, coaching only works for a person, and it mainly concerns some professional qualities, skills development, and so on.
Thank you, Elena. Could you please look at the camera for 2 minutes so that we can take a snap? Look at the camera, please, and give me a good smile. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Elena, for your speech and the questions. Thank you, audience. We got around 15 as of now question from social media. We'll do that after the session is over. Elena, thank you so much. We'll
Thank
have
you.
our next speaker now. So let me welcome our next speaker. Please be with us, Elena. Just be with us. We have our next speaker again from beautiful Ukraine. When I traveled to Ukraine, it was really, really amazing experience, to be very honest. I was there in Kiev, in Odessa, great people. And yes, I can see a tech woman is going to take the lead in the world. Daria Fetko, CEO of VAR Studio. creating impact in the world. Welcome, Daria, to World Leaders Summit.
Hi, Bridget. Thank you for such an amazing introduction. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure and it's a big honor. Thanks.
Stage is yours, ma'am.
Good. Okay, so I'm gonna share a screen and we can move on. Well, today I'm gonna talk a lot about AR and VR solutions. This is my zone of expertise. This is my big passion and love in my whole life. I'm a CEO and founder of WeAR Studio. We work with the AR and VR solutions for business objectives. So let's go next. Here is a little bit information about who we are and what we do. I'm not gonna talk a lot about the numbers and projects we've done because it's not a topic and I have only 20 minutes to go. So like we are 4 years in the market and we've done more than 60 projects in overall for different enterprise, corporate, startups and brands. And we worked with the big names and numbers, but still. The main question is the value we bring to the business, to the operation, to the marketing, and this is what drives me as an entrepreneur, and this is what drives my company and my team. We're really passionate about it. So usually we provide the full cycle development. It starts with the ideation, it starts with the education about what the heck is XR technology is, and what is the value for a specific niche, for specific industry. So we start with the technology consultancy, we start with the ideation, brainstorming, go into the POC development and integration into existing ecosystem. Well, firstly, I'm going to talk about the value and the use cases of AR and VR solutions in the marketing from the side of business, because from the side of the average average human on the street, you know, it may seem like some game, like some fun thing to have, but still from the business side, it's always an instrument to boost the sales, to increase brand awareness, to enhance the rates of the sales and so on. So it usually starts with the main goal, with the main point we have to achieve, and then we do the suggestions on what type of technology it's better to use in this particular case. So today the brands in FMCG and different industries, they use AR and VR to communicate with their end customers, to have a storytelling. And I'm always saying that through the AR and VR, you can do not only a storytelling, but a story living. This is what makes a person live in your story, feeling it, being a part of it. This is what technologies of augmented and virtual reality provides to the end customer and end user. So today the brands usually use AR and VR on the packaging. For example, you point the camera on the can or on some packaging of the product, and you can see content appearing on top of it. This is how you can communicate with the end customer. You can tell the story, you can engage into some game mechanic, and so on and so forth. Also today, brands use Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook filters to also communicate with the end customer through these filters, through these AR content in the social media applications, especially when it comes to the Generation Z, when they need to communicate to this kind of target audience through their specific applications they use to communicate, to live, and to share, you know. Also, it is some type of guerrilla marketing. This is when brands want to surprise their customers. They want to stand out. They want to make something unique. So this is also the situation when they use AR and VR, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. And the volumetric video, this is kind of content brands are usually using inside of their applications today. It is like a 3D video integrated into the app, and it gives a feeling of presence, and it gives a feeling of reality, but in digital overlay. Okay, so here is an example of the guerrilla marketing done by KFC, but they did it in the McDonald's journals. This is the guerrilla marketing. They used their main competitor magazine and placed their digital overlay into their magazine. This is how they got more than 4 million McDonald's customers during this campaign in Germany. And let's just take a video.
On the day of the launch, we took the magazine and turned the article into an augmented reality marketer.
Die Seite reißt auf, Ballons fliegen raus.
And every McDonald's turned into a Burger King horror experience. We reached McDonald's customers with geolocated push notifications and social media ads. And the customers quickly came to us for a Whopper.
Ja, keine Ahnung, was da passiert ist.
The distance to the nearest Burger King was calculated by the app using the customer's GPS data, and then created a coupon that was limited to that exact distance. Horrifying for McDonald's, but hugely successful for us.
Well, this is one of the examples how you can use the marker-based augmented reality when you point the camera on some image and there the content appears. This is what KFC done with this technology to boost their sales, to hack the brand awareness, and to just to use it for guerrilla marketing, and took their customers from the McDonald's to their restaurants. You can see the numbers on the screen. It is really amazing, and the results are like mind-blowing. This use case took the Web Awards this year, and like this is a good example how you can use AR technology for guerrilla marketing. Let's go next. This is the example of our own portfolio. We worked with the gas station network, and they had a problem. Their customers, they're just staying for 5 to 7 minutes at the gas stations, just buying the gas and leaving. But they wanted them to buy more of the snacks and the coffee and tea and a lot of food and different snacks. So we used augmented reality technology to stop the customers at some point and bring their attention to the augmented reality app they have. That was the first year. We used the coffee mugs, and the packaging of the coffee mugs were getting alive in augmented reality. And the next year we've done the karaoke integration into this app, so you can sing a karaoke songs in augmented reality and then achieve a promo code for the discount on the gas and different snacks. So I will share a short video, and then we can go through the numbers as the results of this campaign.
Experience working with augmented reality for holiday season, Oko has returned to us with a new, brightest and biggest idea. They wanted to add interactivity to an already known concept. This year, you're already able to collect the cups with characters that will play a Christmas song for you. Not only you're able to listen to Christmas songs, you can also interact and sing a karaoke with them. The reward? You can get discounts for buying stuff from Oko gas stations.
Well, as a result, we had a 2-year campaign, and for the second year, we had more than 700,000 downloads on the iOS and Android. We also had more than 120,000 karaoke songs sang, and we had more than 300,000 liters of gas sold additionally. This is the business part of such an application, because as I said, from the average point of view, this is just a fun on the coffee mugs. But from the business side, it is a tool that is integrated into their loyalty program. It brings the promo codes and discounts to their end customers, and this is how they boost their sales. And I love this use case because it has real numbers and statistics. We usually capture the data from our applications just to track how effective is this tool, is this application for the end customer, our end customer. This is a business or enterprise or startup. Well, the predictions. What is going to be huge in the next year? Augmented reality as a novel way of shopping. Today we're in such a situation that we're not sure what's going to be tomorrow, and will it be online or offline? You have to have some instrument that's going to work in both scenarios, in online and in offline as well. And augmented reality technology is the golden mean, which you can use in the shop when you have some activations and marketing campaigns inside of the shop, And also you can use it as a marketing instrument for the online experiences and online communication to your end customers. So this is how you can minimize the risks on having some marketing tools that are not working in online or offline periods. The second one trend is filters in Facebook and Instagram. This is something huge and going much more bigger each day. For example, the Levi's, they started the campaign through the Snapchat, where they presented a new collection of their outfit, and they covered a human body with the character body in this specific outfit. So this is how you can integrate into social media applications through the augmented reality. You can have a face filters, you can have AR content on the planes inside of the space, I mean on the table or on the floor, or you can even communicate with the human body and you can cover it with a specific digital overlay. This, the third trend is web AR. This is also something that's gonna be huge, and it's already an outstanding solution for those who have a barrier in downloading the application, because AR is quite specific. And if you want to have it, for example, in-store activation, sometimes it could be a barrier to install a new app. So the web AR is an option in this situation. You can also use it as a marker-based, markerless technology and filters as well. The next trend is body recognition from Facebook, but right now it's not only from Facebook, and in Instagram and Snapchat and a lot of the technologies that understand the body. And also the newest smartphones, they have the sensors of depth and specific cameras that can understand the 3D value of a body. So you can try on different products and it will look a little bit better than it looked before, because now we can understand the body sizes. And the trend number 5 is a mixed reality. It's getting more common. We can see more glasses coming on the market, and we can see more use cases on the different industries, starting from the manufacturing, going to the marketing as well. So the mixed reality is something that's gonna be a big thing in the next few years, because this is more natural for the human being to communicate through the glasses, not through some lens, not through the screen of the smartphone, but through the glasses, and see this digital content on top of the real world. Well, let's go next. The next thing is professional education. Here we have a huge problem. I'm not gonna go into details of each bullet, but still there is a big number of accidents at the workplaces and around 6,000 deaths each day because of the accidents at the workplaces. And this is something really awful, let's say so, because and still a lot of companies, they invest a lot to work with this problem, to solve this problem, and VR and AR solutions is kind of tool to help these companies to work with this pain point. And this is how we can do it. We can use AR and VR for newcomers onboarding process. We already use this for some of the manufacturing companies, and we figure out that the onboarding process is usually up to 6 months in average, but with the help of the virtual reality, it comes to 3 months. So you can imagine how we can boost this process. Then we can help to work with the different specific equipment, vehicles, facility training as well. When you have some specific machinery and you need to educate people to work with it and to minimize the risks of the accidents, virtual reality can help you with that. We can also help with the skills evaluation, performance tracking, and annual testing. This is also what is happening in big manufacturing companies as well. And virtual reality can have this basic simulation with the different scenarios inside of it, where you can test, where you can evaluate, and so on. We can also have an emergency training in virtual and mixed reality, like fire situations, as an example. You can learn your employees how to behave in different emergency situations, how to help others, what to do, because when there is a panic, no one is thinking how to act in the right way, you know. But in virtual reality, you can train yourself, You can work on your behavior, and you can have this even muscle memory, how your body should act in this situation, you know. We can also simulate different workplaces situation. It comes to the hard skills and soft skills as well. And we can do the remote supervision and repairing and maintenance. It all depends on the end goal. But still, here is the 6 main bullets where we can work with the AR and VR solutions in professional education. I will share a few examples. So let's go next. This is the example of Airbus. They launched the project with the HoloLens, the 2nd edition, and I really love it. It's a small piece of it, but still, I want to share it.
On the manufacturing side, we use HoloLens 2 to enable the workers to achieve complex tasks or tasks that require an intense reading of documentation, while finally they're hands-free and they can access complex areas, they can handle heavy parts, while having all the information they need right in front of their eyes. So we strongly believe that mixed reality can bring.
I also strongly believe that mixed reality can help such companies to enhance the process at different levels. You know, you've seen this engineer working with his hands, but still seeing the digital overlay on top of it. He should not pay any attention to some books or printed media and go through the instructions and so on. He has this overlay as a hologram, and this already changes a lot in the processes of such companies and at each level of it. Well, let's go next. This is an example of what we've done in our studio. This is virtual reality training to supervise working process with the machinery. So here is an example of putting all the details into the engine. We have a real-time data parsing from the sensors and sending units. We have all the visualization in a 3D and 360. We fully create this environment and this space, and we can put some specific parts that you have to have in it. We also have a predictive maintenance solution inside of it, and we have integrated it into the maritime industry as well. We can also have a multiplayer inside of it. For example, you can have a group simulation if you're working with your employees or your mentor or supervisor and you're going through some education. This is how you can do it together, and you're also talk inside of it and see the same digital content and the same simulation from the different parts of the world. And today it is more than effective solution in terms of when you cannot go to some other country and educate people how to work with the machinery and equipment. This is how you can use virtual reality to still work in this education process. And we have a backend where we have the calculations of the real-time physics of all the objects and materials. And we have also the algorithms and mathematical models for simulation different sophisticated physics processes, you know, when it comes to the behavior of the water or some specific machinery, let's say so. What else? We also grab a lot of data inside of it because we have this user session and we have a behavior. We have a lot of way of how people can do the same task in different ways. So we always grab the data from each user session. We have an analytics, we have a dashboard with all the metrics where you can see how effective is this education, what do you have to change, or where is the person more effective or less effective. And there are a lot of metrics specifically for the company and the goals they have. So it's not always some basic things, you know. Well, the trends in AR and VR in professional education is combining the development of both hard and soft skills, because usually when people talk about using VR for professional education, they usually think about hard skills like working with some equipment, but working with the soft skills is also a big trend. For example, working with the different stress situations or communicating with a lot of people and simulating different different types of communication. You know, this also can help people to figure out how to act in real life, especially when it comes to the situations that you cannot recreate in real life, when it's super hard to recreate it. In virtual reality, you can do any recreation of any situation, and you can go through it as many times as you need. This is the precious part of the VR training. You can have a multi-platform. What I mean, you can have it in the VR glasses, you can have the same simulation in the smartphone, you can have the same simulation in the AR glasses, and you can be in the same simulation at the same time with the different people from the different platforms. This is also what we can cover when it comes to the professional education, because we understand that there is a specifics. For example, the adult engineers, they're not going to use AR glasses usually, because it is very hard for them to work with that, and they're used to some specific work curriculum. So in this case, it's better for them to use the smartphone, for example. Or when it comes to the education of the maritime cruise, the ship cruise, it's also necessary to find out what type of hardware is better to use in this specific situation, because they have to operate with their hands and to see the outstanding situation. Also the connectivity. Here I mean the connectivity between the different equipment. We can connect the virtual simulation with the sensors and sending units and different machinery in the place. I mean, for example, again, the maritime industry. Just imagine you are standing on the ship in the smart glasses, and they're connected to the controlling panel. So you can operate the ship without going into the sea, but still you can see the simulation in the glasses. This is what I call connectivity. And the data collection is also a big trend. We're already using it, but still I strongly believe that data collection is something that's gonna boost the VR and AR technologies into the business a lot. Because when we see how effective the solutions are, when we see the real numbers and statistics, this is what will build this ground for technologies to grow in this direction. Well, and the last but not the least is the smart cities. This is something what my heart burns for, you know, this is my big passion, because I truly believe that in future, the smart cities is something that we're gonna work a lot on. And today we can use AR and VR technologies for big data visualization, because from the smart city sensors, you can collect such a big data, let's say so, and to visualize it, to process it, to showcase it to your team members, to the government, to the citizens. You have to have some instrument, you have to visualize it in some way. And AR and VR technologies are one of the best tools here to visualize it, to make it real, to make it physical, to have this presence. When it comes to the city mapping, we can also use AR and VR, recreating the digital twins of the cities or its parts or some specific logic and mechanics inside of this smart city. We can also use it for predictive maintenance and for urban utilities, for real-time visualization of urban flows and do the planning as well. Like AR and VR is great for its visualization tools. And for planning the smart cities, it is just a very powerful instrument. Let's go next. Here is a small example. It is a concept of how it can look in future through the smart glasses connected to the smart city.
There's an accident ahead. Should I show you an alternate route? Yes. Show bio. Save to libraries.
Oh, hey, Jordan.
Hey, Rory.
Yeah.
I saw this on my right end. Might be cool.
Well, it's a part of the big concept, and I truly believe that something like this we're gonna see in the next 5 to 10 years. We'll see maybe faster, but still we have to work a lot on it. And we have several incoming clients and partners who are very interested in using AR and VR technologies in the smart cities, especially in the Middle East region. They have a few super cool concept of the smart cities, and I really believe it's gonna work a lot. And here is also a use case of the AR and VR done use case by Lego to build the cities, to plan the cities and smart cities with the help of the projection.
Working on urban modeling and simulation. We're using Lego bricks and projection with augmented reality. It's the intermingling of the knowledge and experience of designers with people that really understand the technology and what's possible. So one can look at changes in density, changes in the location of elements, new types of mobility systems. You start with data visualization. So for example, the movement patterns of people. So we can take that kind of information and think about how to provide alternative ways of getting around to private automobiles.
Well, digital things are cool, but still we're human beings, and we have to touch something, to grab something, and to play with something. And Legos here is a good solution for this this touching thing. You know, even for big guys to work with the smart cities planning and combine it with the projection. I just want to share some inspiration with you and some use case to bring this imagination work, you know, how we can use these technologies even in smart cities planning. We work a lot with the different use cases, and my heart is burning for the smart cities. Well, the trends in smart cities, I've been talking about it a little bit before, but still, smart cities have to have smart people, and AR and VR technologies can help with the training and education with the urban servants, the fire warriors, the policemen, teachers, and so on and so forth. We can also create the digital twins to test different emergency situations. You can recreate an emergency situation in the digital twin of the smart city, and you can see how all the mechanics are working inside of it. We can also create an immersive analytics, and also when all is done, you can use these technologies for tourism. You can recreate different places in these cities. You can communicate with the guests of the city with the help of these technologies. And I believe we're gonna live in this time of tourism soon, and we will come back to normal. Here is like a small piece, and I tried to put it in 20 minutes. I don't know if I'm out of time or not, but still, I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of questions. So please, you are more than welcome to contact me on LinkedIn. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm always there, and I'm always happy to meet new people and to have an inspiring talk around AR and VR technologies. Thank you, and I'm ready for some questions here.
Thank you so much, Daria. But before we jump into the Q&A, I would be requesting you to please look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Sorry for the inconvenience which I'm causing for all the speakers. I'm becoming a snap selfie expert, I don't know. Okay, so there are a couple of questions, honestly speaking, and it's been blasted in social media as well as in Zoom. I'll take questions from here, and then maybe we can jump in. So well, a comment from Farah aptly said, Daria, AR and VR being used for brand promotion and marketing to define themselves for their competitors. Well, to give you an idea, Farah is running a very fine investment banking company based out of Malaysia, and they do invest in the early stage technology based companies. Farah, thank you for the comment. Abdul is a dear and near friend of ours. He is one of the finest mentor. Okay, so he is asking you, hello Daria, how do you see the map of adoption of AR and VR technologies? which sectors and countries more?
Well, today when it comes to adoption, it's more the question of the awareness around these technologies, and it not connected to the country or industry. It's connected to the XR players at the local places who are educating people about these technologies. And I truly believe that the ground here is to educate first what is AR and VR and what is the value and what are the technologies, and only then we can talk about the adaptation on the market. The use cases, the wise companies that are already using these technologies are also helping in this case, because when the KFC or Airbus are using these technologies, they're also helping to adopt these technologies in the market. So I think that education first and then use cases.
So there is a second part of the same question. With regards to e-commerce development, will you see online shopping that utilizes AR and VR?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We have already completed the AR shopping experience for a few clients here in Ukraine and worldwide. And you can see that Shopify and Amazon are already using AR in their native apps. And the big companies and the small startups are also going into this direction. And here there is an amazing startup from Belarus, the Wanna Buy. They have this technology to track the food and to try on different sneakers. And this is amazing. And this is also already helping a lot of brands for e-commerce shopping.
Super. We have a lot of questions, but let me shift a little bit from question, Daria. Thank you so much for your great presentation. But we have a situation, we have an awardee who is from Australia. It's really late at night in their place. So let's not, I'm taking permission from you and Siggy both, because Siggy is next, and you have a lot of questions to answer. But I'll just take a permission and I'll ask our respected Evgenia to probably announce the award. So what I'm going to do, Daria, I'm going to put you on hold in the back end. Meanwhile, I'll be sharing my screen and declare the award and try to find the awardee from the list. Yes, I got you. Adrian, I hope that's you. I pulled you up in the panel. If you're there, just turn on your mic and camera so that we can see you. You there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we all can hear you, but we want to see you.
Okay, want to see me?
So let him turn on his camera. Evgenia, could you please honor us?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah.
Hello again, Abhijit. Hello, Adrian. So let me introduce one of our award winners. It is Adrian Gibbs, founder and CEO of Indoor Snow Tech Pty Limited. So Adrian, I can see you. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, Adrian, congratulations, our congratulations to you. It's such a big opportunity. I can't imagine how you feel. So please tell us about yourself a bit and about your project, what you do.
Certainly. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Ajit, and your team for this fantastic startup award. I'm a very humbled Australian right now, and I'm actually in awe of the surrounding participants in this summit. I'm a pioneer of the sport of snowboarding in Australia, and I became one of two to be the first professional snowboard instructors at Thredbo Ski Resort in New South Wales, Australia. That was in 1986. I first thought of indoor snow facilities around about 1987. 5 years ago, I decided I wanted to build Australia's first proper indoor ski and snowboard facility with real snow, housing the first in the world's indoor super pipe to keep training Australia and the world's best snowboarders and skiers in that discipline. In that time, myself and my partner, George Jennings, have proven new indoor snowmaking technology. George has 60 years of experience making snow. We have shown up to 50% efficiency rates on currently used and existing systems globally. Over the past 2 years, I've managed to put together all the logistics and a great team to build the best practice facility. And we are currently talking and negotiating with various investors and consortia. We can now combine indoor snow facilities with wave pool consortia, so as to have surfing and snowboarding in the same venue, along with skateboarding. So I thank you for listening. I thank you for your time. I also would like to thank the organisers, the officials, and the judges, and all the very best to you and all your families. And I thank you very much for the award. I'm extremely humbled. Thank you so much. Sincerely, Ajit, thank you. I really, really, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate this award.
Can we have a virtual round of applause for the awardee?
Thank you. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Please don't mind, I'll keep you as an attendee now. Adrian.
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, Daria, thank you. Please stay back with us. We have a couple of more questions. As you know that we have got more than 50 questions for you from social media, and there are some of the questions which is there in the Q&A box which are unanswered. Thank you, Evgenia, for all your support. So now it's the time to call our friend from Iceland. And I can see that Daria is showing a virtual background which shows the Iceland, probably the, yes, that calls Siggy on stage. Siggy, could you please turn on your mic and show your handsome face? Man, we can't see.
I think my handsome face has been showing for the past 30 minutes, but it's nice that you...
And I was not watching you? I was not watching you? I was not watching you?
Oh, you was not? Okay, that's a mistake. Okay. Daria, is it you outside? I've been seeing someone like watching the Northern Lights now for the past hour. Has it been you?
I would love to, but still, I'm in Ukraine.
You're in Ukraine. Well, nice, nice choice of a background, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. You're allowed to see that beauty.
So for the audience, Sigurd is the founder of Vive Mobile. And along with that, he is founder of Drexler Music, has been doing immense work from the snowy part of the world and where the magic happens, where you can see water falling from the top, where you can see the clouds are melting with the sky, where you can see horses are there on the green screen.
Wow.
And that green screen, my friend, is Daria using at the moment without the permission of Siggy. But you're allowed to use that. So here we are, Siggy from Vive. Stage is yours, sir.
Well, thank you for this rather peculiar introduction, but thank you. But yeah, yeah, I'm just fascinated by the concept of gaming and just games in general. So not only from the gaming perspective, but just also from our deep down relationship with gaming behavior. And this applies outside of gaming sector, actually. Just when we play, generally, we escape reality and enter fantasy. And when we do this, we have the ability to overcome certain barriers. When we play, we can become something else, become someone else. We take on a certain role. And I am now doing it as a speaker, but we also see this in the business world with teachers, policemen, and so forth. The concept of the army is a really good example here. You get medals, you rank up, you do certain tasks, plus your workplace is literally sometimes a battlefield. So in this particular case, or in these cases, we often talk about gamification. That is when game behavior is applied to a non-gaming context. This field has mostly been researched from the educational aspect. That is, how do you encourage students to do certain tasks? And also, for example, when encouraging employees to also do certain tasks, or like Daria said, not to die, apparently. Gamification became a buzzword a few years ago when used in basically commercializing products. That is to encourage people to buy products, services, and so forth. So when applied this way, at least in the past, it almost always failed. It felt gimmicky and not really encouraging. I always found it to be weird because our whole incentive system is a game. The concept of consumerism as a whole is a game. We buy something to become something. We want to rack up, we want to get promotions, we want to win in life, basically. The American dream, in my opinion, is one of the most important concepts that binds the US together. If you work hard enough, you can become whatever, a CEO, a rich man, or just whatever comes to your mind in this fantasy state. So Americans, for example, go through crazy amount of pressure, long work hours, often underpaid, to satisfy this fantasy ideology. And this also just drives our buying behavior. We don't buy something we need, we buy something we want. We buy something to become something in this game of life, so to say. A really good example of this is the automobile industry. So when you see like advertisements from the automobile industry back in the 30s, they are mostly functional, like saying this is a transportation vehicle. It has 4 tires, it has 1 steering wheel, and it takes you from place A to place B. It's more efficient than horses or whatever. But then it changes. The car becomes a lifestyle brand. It becomes a status symbol. And it's not really a coincidence that car brands are named after animals. We have Jaguar, we have Cupra, we have Mustang. We become the car, we become the animal. So fantasy becomes reality, we move ahead in life, in this case, literally. Another example, maybe a little bit closer to us now, like Daria touched on, is social media. We play dress up, we curate our lives, we show people things we want them to see. We compare ourselves to each other while all knowing really that this reality we are providing is not real, it's fantasy. I, for example, here can be whatever I want. I can be a bodybuilder or a successful CEO or a cook or whatever. I just use those filters and I role play. So gamification, gamification really makes just perfect sense to me to be this fundamental tool to encourage people to buy stuff. But it almost always fails. And this journey to get answers to my questions really began when I was about to finally finish my master thesis at the University of Iceland about gamification and how it might make an impact. I chose brand building as another theme to bring this idea to life, since branding is a proven tool to build an emotional connection with people, products, services, and so forth. I had also worked for years as a brand executive in the energy sector, so so it fitted my skill set well. The first problem with gamification is that unlike games, it most often doesn't affect us on a functional and also emotional level. It's only on a functional level, most often, which is the reason why gamification fits well when giving out prizes for doing tasks, for example, in education, that we just talked about, But the education sector has a deep-rooted game in place, actually, just beforehand, that supports the functional aspects of this gamification idea. It has a grade system, so where you move up and sometimes down. So if you don't pass with a myth intact that if you dare to do badly in school, your life might be over. So gamification here definitely is a good extra push just to make students do better. Brand building has an emotional and also a functional aspect to it. I had an excellent mind model in place, the customer-based brand equity model, or the CBBE pyramid model, which was designed by the brand specialist Kevin and Keller at Dartmouth University. And that is designed to research how a brand is perceived from the ground up, or from awareness to identity to relationships to brand resonance. And the brand resonance is the highest state of brand engagement, both from a functional and also from an emotional perspective. So I did a qualitative research on executives within energy, retail, fashion, fast food, management consulting, and so forth, with a mission in mind on how gamification could affect brand building for those companies. The results were quite interesting, because so far gamification hasn't really commercially been taken seriously as a process or a methodology that has to be implemented scientifically, like, for example, what they do with search engine optimization and data marketing, for example. And often marketers just give out prizes. They maybe include a leaderboard and sometimes even avatars, but this tactic cannot be applied universally, but has to be applied to different kinds of brands. So I designed a 10-step methodology based on the results to implement gamification as a part of a brand building activity, which includes the use of this CBBE pyramid. I'm not really sharing anything. You can just go on Google Images or something to see how that looked like. But there you can visualize this brand from a functional and emotional perspective. And from there, basically just fill in the gaps in terms of game mechanics, ideal user engagement, and so forth. Also, it was concluded that a good gamification program can have extremely good effect on a brand, but a bad gamification program can have the exact opposite effect. So the methodology should not be implemented in all cases, but tested on individual brands. The results might help us navigate the coming decade, which has had a weird start. I believe business in the 2020s and onwards basically has to have a strong value proposition that offers the user a real value, for example, from a digital experience. So we have to offer a real value out of a digital experience in many cases. Just at the top of my mind, a really good example of this would be Tinder. It's a dating gamified with a hot or not game mechanics where you can match with people and go on dates. I run a company called Vibe, where we are doing this with music. You're seeing this explosion of music based on social video content platforms like TikTok, where people have to get this music for those videos from a third party like Spotify. We allow producers to add loops to a platform where the end user can remix the loops without the need of a musical background, add their voice on top with the real-time effects that make your voice sound good, and add music to your social media videos. The producers and other content creators partake in a gamified community feature we call Seasons, where they try to influence the musical trends that might become viral on social platforms like TikTok. and compete on themes and also popularity. So the real value in this experience out of a digital experience, or the real value out of a digital experience, is a potential financial value and the potential commercial exposure on other social media platforms like TikTok. So I have used the term M-media to describe this new user behavior and the category of businesses that might provide this kind of a value proposition. I have also been speaking at gaming conferences to see if game developers could be incentivized to work outside of the gaming sector and use their skills elsewhere, basically. The most obvious example of how we might implement gamification with the M-media methodology would in hindsight be finance and maybe the energy sector. Daria, you were talking about this connectivity and smart cities and so forth, and I think that's close. I find, for example, smart homes and IoT something that's unbelievably boring, but still exciting at the same time. So, just for example, with the smart cities and IoT and all of it, it's now it's 100% technical now. But in my opinion, this can be the key to socialize the home, something that could explode now since we are not allowed to leave our homes. And of course, I also believe that this could be done to redefine the music industry, since the music industry has pre-known game rules in place for fame, strategies, and roles, for example. Also, the music industry has not been democratized yet. It has been confined to an incredibly complex systems of making music and exposing it. So in that particular case, there is an obvious need here for user engagement. And just generally, I think we're underestimating the effect of play and how it dictates our actions, what we buy and how we lead our lives, basically. I do not necessarily believe that we base our decisions 100% on emotions, but both on a functional and emotional basis. And fantasy plays a huge role here. It's our extreme human nature to escape reality and into fantasy, something that games do really well, and that Ariet has been talking with me several times before about role-playing and how fantasy just basically merges with reality. And now we need this fantasy more than ever. I mean, reality has been really shitty for the past year. And just to close this talk or whatever, it's not going to be long this time. So why I was interested in this particular panel was not only the theme of the panel and the amazing job that you, Ariet, have been doing with the conference, but also the people speaking on this panel. And 3 of them apparently being Ukrainians, 2 of them that I know already. Daria, you can maybe add me on Facebook or LinkedIn. I would be really interested in just deep diving into this AR, VR. I don't really think that this revolution or whatever is going to be fully technical, fully functional. I'm not really an advocate for AR or VR or something like that. I think AR is closer because it mixes reality with fantasy in a way. It's just like a lens in between, so to say. And in this particular case, you were talking about filters on Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat. It always dawns to me, what is the difference between my social media identity and my identity? And I think some questions up there that I would like to discuss. And with the smart cities as well. I mean, you have this lens over your face that like tells you whatever, if there is an accident happening or like something like that. But how do you create this brand identity from a city? Because every city has a zeitgeist and an identity. So how do you do this? And And I just find it interesting, and I would want to yeah, add on that convo. And another one, Olena Lobova, I know well, and she has been really been like representing this amazing growth of game developers and game development in general in Ukraine, and that's something that not everyone really know about. And she is also on a track that I really like. It's that is to connect game developers with people, or mentor them, or whatever. But to add this like cross-industrial aspect to the mix, that has for some time been an interest of mine. And I recommend everyone to contact her because, especially if you are involved with games, for example, if you are a game designer, since game designers have an insight into how heads work, what makes us tick. And I would be sad if that talent would only be utilized in creating a pixelated 2D indie game for 10 people. I mean, you as a game designer, if you're watching and you want to be mentored by Olena, you could learn how to implement gamification for investment backs, for example, and make the real money. And I think it's just interesting. And another one, lastly but not least, is Lubko. He is a friend of mine working at this company called Alex, also in Ukraine. But he is teaching gamification and sustainability at the Rutgers University in Germany. And he has really been pushing the boundaries of how can you use gamification to make a social impact. I think my Icelandic greedy interior isn't really on that wavelength on how to use gamification to do something good. But I think Lubko is on a track to show us how that could be done. And yeah, I have nothing more to add. I think that's my 5 cents.
Thank you, Siggy, for all the insights. Could you please look at the screen for a picture, please? Thank you so much. Let me check if it is fine. You're always amazing and inspiring. Well, I'm really sorry if you have, if my introduction was a little bit of different.
No, it was really good. I'm just being the Icelandic sarcastic guy. It was a really nice introduction. I really loved it. I did.
Thank you. For the audience, I actually wanted to give a different perspective of the nice human being, which is actually Siggy, my dear friend. To be very honest, I actually treat him as very close to heart friend. Sometimes I go a little bit of slow in life because sometimes when you create something big, the impact of that big ripple takes some time. And I'm sure you're going to have that ripple very soon. And what are the things that we are doing jointly? And I'm blessed and happy that we have now probably a League of Justice who are doing super amazing stuff with multiple different countries. And I'm blessed that just before this summit, we had a discussion that what are the impact that we are going to do. So Siggy, it's not about only gaming. We are trying to do super cool, amazing stuff in and across the world, trying to give work to the startup. In fact, we have a committee which we created to create an impact fund only for seed level entrepreneurs. We will come up to all these kind of announcement on 16th of December before we announce World Leader Summit 2021. But thank you, Siggy, for all your insights, and we have more questions which we'll ask after our dear doctor is done with his presentation. So Dr. Lubko, I'm sure that you're here with us, a very near and dear one, and thank you so much for being with us for such a long time. Could you please speak a little bit so that we can have you in the big screen and we can maybe start doing the live stream? Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, morning, afternoon, all over the world. I don't know where you all based now at this moment. Here in Germany, it's a little bit afternoon, 1 p.m.
Yes, yes.
And thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Sigi,
Doctor,
for
I
the
need a
introduction.
small favor. I need a small
Yes.
favor. I have to introduce you, and
Go ahead.
I'm really amazed by your profile. The kind of work you are doing in the startup ecosystem and the way you're trying to do the gamification for the startups is really, really amazing. For the people who don't know him, he is available in LinkedIn. So Dr. Lutko is PMRABDM, and he's a project manager in the Center of Entrepreneurship in a university in Germany, and a business development manager for DACH and Nordic region, a visiting lecturer, project manager, and research assistant. So much things you are doing, doctor. We are blessed and honored to have you with us in World Leaders Summit. And as you are asking from which part of the world you are, we have around 27 countries who are live watching us, including the Zoom chat and the social network. So it's always good morning to everyone, as per my understanding. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our dear doctor in our World Leader Summit platform. It's all virtual, and the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. You are far too kind, far too kind. On LinkedIn, you have to put all of these fancy titles on your job to sound fancy, but everything is in fact a little bit, it's just work. So you just do, so the life, it's not boring. But thank you for the introduction, and maybe a few words about myself, and then I will lead, that will make sense. My presentation will then make sense. So in this, my two main positions is, as you said, at a research assistant and project manager at the University of Reutlingen, at ESB Business School, and in the Center for Entrepreneurship. That's three positions, and covers the research, teaching, and project management. In those projects, my focus is gamification, serious games, leadership, negotiation theory, social entrepreneurship, and sustainability. They all kind of mix together to create this courses, which results in courses where I take the entrepreneurs, take the students, and help them to grow. In the second position, I work also for a global IT company, Alex. And in this position, I am involved as innovation manager, business development manager, and a consultant of some sort. So doing different things. And in this position, I'm based in Germany and responsible for the German market and also the Scandinavian market. And that leads to my topic today. I have, if I understand, going to 20 minutes. I will try to make it more relevant for the audience. Gamification. So funny thing, I played an online game or a game only once in my life, and never after that, and never before. I stayed for 12 hours in this game, and that was my experience with gamification. But in my research, in my PhD, in my daily work, what I see that the gamification is all around us, because the human being is a player, nothing else than that. We learn, we live as a playing human being. So the game techniques and game is the essential part of ourself. Today I would like to talk about two examples. One example on a micro level and one example on the macro level. So it's a kind of a tactical level and strategical level, how you can implement games into the company's education and life. To understand what is gamification for me is, and from which background I'm coming from, for me gamification is an engagement tool to increase engagement of participants who are part of this ecosystem. Why do we need to increase engagement? By increasing engagement, you can solve or tackle, address problems, challenges which arises in this environment in which you are dealing. It's just one way of trying to solve things. So let's go to examples. Those examples are real examples from either Alex or my daily work at the universities. I will start with a tactical, with a micro tool. imagine the situation when you have a company of about 1,500 people. All of them work in different countries, on different continents, different time zones, in different teams, in different locations, in different settings, some from home, some from offices, some from the coffee shops, and so on and so on. But they have to tackle, they have to work on one project. They have one project that they have to deliver it. Certain frameworks, certain rules, certain timelines, and either you deliver or not. If you don't deliver, you lose the project, you lose the customer, you lose money. It will inflict the company, influence the company. So, and of course, the quality problem is an issue. The communication problem is an issue. The how to organize the process is the issue. It's only a few, and there are more and more and more issues, challenges that can occur. So what can we do about this to not face those problems and to avoid this situation? In a company, we thought a lot about that. If you go and scold people, if you go and discuss, and you try to solve, if you try to negotiate and so on, it will just drag and drag and drag, and it not always helps. What helped is an engagement tool, a reward system for the internal to increase the internal engagement of team members. And this tool in our company called AlexCoin. And this AlexCoin is a blockchain reward system which operates in simple steps. You as a person or as a team member or as a team leader, you spot that the person did something good. Then you put this deed description in the app, and you post it all, make it publicly available. And the people who are on this app can see it. It will pop up in the notification messages, and they either confirm it or delete it or refute it. And by that, you as a person who posted this deed, and if this deed will be confirmed by majority of team members or people, you will get points, and the person who performed the deed, this good deed, will also get rewards. And you in your wallet, in your virtual wallet, you collect coins. And then as the next step, if you got a certain amount of coins, you can transfer them either into physical goods or into non-physical goods, meaning like training, like a journey to somewhere, or something else. In the physical goods, that could be either the coffee shops inside, coffee and cakes inside of the companies, lunches, dinners, t-shirts, pens, whatever. So, and it proved that this concept is way better, rewarding people is way better than scolding people. Also, what the second effect of that was that the teams grew together. The people start talking more with each other. The people start engaging with each other. The people start paying more attention to the human factor of a team, because they wanted to be noticed, and they wanted to notice people as well, because both parties would get rewarded. So that would be the first example of a gamification. So what game techniques were used here? There are three games techniques which pop up in the mind immediately. The first one is empowerment, the second is social influence, and then the third one is accomplishment. Empowerment, you empower the team, you empower the team members, you empower yourself by helping. And then the social influence. If you are the person who has a lot of points, people will look up to you. You will become kind of a mentor, kind of a kind of a person that the team members would like to talk to get to know more. And then accomplishment. You would like to rise in these rankings. You would like to accomplish certain levels. You accomplish certain goals inside. So it kind of tackles the intrinsic motivation and intrinsic competition with other team members in a positive way. That is the first example. But there are, of course, problems with this tool. The first one is the companies which would like to use this concept should be ready for those internal engagement techniques. And be ready means that the culture, the values, the organizational structure should be there to make it possible. Otherwise, the tool will die. The second problem is, how do you onboard people on an app? How you convince them to be part of this app? If you order them to be on the app, that's a bit counterproductive. So for that, you need to have ambassadors, drivers who will be examples and who will be using apps and will be promoting the app inside of the company. And those people, when the usage will drop, those people will also, this is another problem after a time when the initial excitement is gone, you need people who will get out there and increase the engagement, increase the popularity of this app again. So that's why these ambassadors and drivers could help to solve those problems. This is the first example of a tool, engagement tool on a micro level inside of the company, on the tactical level, which you can implement if you see there is a problem. You can include this tool and use it internally, but also externally. You can use this tool externally. And this is what we see in the German market, especially in German energy market. The Germany energy market goes from a system orientation to a customer orientation. What does it mean? That means that the people need to understand what energy is and how to save, what is the renewable energy, what is the benefit of the energy for them, and how to do it. You can do it by including those elements of interaction between the company and the customer. And those points system, reward system, could be very good. An example for that could be also the competitors between the neighbors or communities when they compete to who will save more energy. This is community A or community B. And the community who won will get some rewards. Maybe some energy for free, maybe some tools, maybe some kindergarten, maybe some public funding for implementing some projects, and so on and so on. That is the example, the first example. The second example, and I will be short here, at the University of Reutlingen HP Business School, we think a lot about value, not about capturing the value, how to earn money, but how to create value. So what is the benefit for society? What is the benefit for environment? What is the benefit to the humankind? What is the benefit to the planet? And lots of discussions going on about that. And if you implement the mindset, the patterns of education, which were implemented by that, those are defective patterns because they created problems in the first way. When you think first of all how to create tools, how to create things, how to produce more, how to manufacture more, how to consume more. We have the example now, and this is the best example. We're sitting here in a Zoom call instead of meeting in place because we have pandemic, which is also maybe a good thing because it makes things easier. But the pandemic is the cause of human action. So, and it was created partly because we consume. So how to change the human behavior from focusing on capturing value, on creating value. By education, of course. This is the tool how can you reach people. And in this sense, I thought that the serious game would be a nice way to gently approach students and help them to focus not on patterns, on systems which already were there, but create new systems, new patterns, new ways of thinking, approaching the world, approaching each other, approaching the environment. So for that, we created a course called Social Entrepreneurship. And this course, Social Entrepreneurship, has 4 basic qualities. It's first of all a project and challenge-based learning. A project and challenge means project-based means the students' project is their entrepreneurial idea. Challenge-based means that with every section, with every step they go in this course, they have to overcome challenges. The second aspect of this course, it's iterative in its nature. It means iteration after iteration after iteration. So they complete certain cycles, and this is the third aspect of this course. It's cyclic in its nature. So iteration, the same steps will be iterated over and over and over again. And cyclic, with every cycle, with every iteration, cycle will grow. They will expand the knowledge with every cycle. So, and that leads me to the fourth quality. And the fourth quality, I don't know if you heard about it, the double diamond process by British design agency. I will show it again. And with this double diamond, you see all of those features included. So you start with something small, then you expand the knowledge, then you have to define, and then once you define, you have to expand it again, and then you have to define it. So there are 4 basic steps: discover, define, develop, deliver. All of it goes back to the principle of scientific method, how we discover, how we operate, how we understand the world. So this is the internal gamification of education, which is implemented in this course. But its system doesn't work without people. So the people who are in this course, they have to contribute, they have to support the system, they have to understand the system as well. So in this course, we choose as a lecturers, as a contributors, as mentors and coaches, only people who think in the same direction, who think first how to create value instead of capturing value. Secondly, the way how to communicate the mentors, the people with each other. So there is no clear division between a professor and a student. We are on the same level. We communicate as peers, as friends. We help each other, as students, and we learn as well from students. There are no professors here who can say we are smarter than you. The students are sometimes much smarter than the professor. And this is the way how we communicate, how we, the spirit we nurture in this course. As well, of course, there is competition. So we start with a simple application process. They have to apply. We have to conduct the application interviews. We have to choose. We have to make it a little bit critical for them and increase the drama. And then there is a final competition where they compete against each other, against other teams from other courses. And of course, there is a much more drama because they can win money, they can win some participation, they can win some participation in different programs, some consulting hours, some journeys, some trips, some goodies, and so on and so on. But what we see, this final competition doesn't matter for them anymore because they are so engaged in the process, they're having so much fun, and they're contributing so much that the whole competition thing just go back into the second, just go back in the, doesn't play a significant role for them. Why? Because it's fun. Because it's fun to overcome challenges. Because it's fun to create projects. Because it's fun to be risky. Because it's fun to try new things. So it tackles basically the human fear, the game. You don't afraid anymore to try new things, to fight for yourself, to fight for your project, to create a team, to contribute to the team. So this is the environment on a strategic level, on a macro level, how you can take a student who is completely lost, a business student who doesn't know what to do, who doesn't know where to go, 20 years old, completely confused with the world, completely strange, completely put it out of the system. And through this process, contribute to his development and contribute. And you don't contribute. This is also the point of view we take. We are there for them to help. We are there for them to support, to be there. But they have to choose their way. They have to choose where they want to go. We don't know how the competition will end. We never know. They might fail, they might succeed. But either the failure and success, it's already success. They already won. If they completed the course for us, they are the winners. But of course, there are problems. We cannot offer every second semester the same course over and over and over again. The system has to evolve. It has to evolve with the students. It's a collection of feedback, evaluation of the feedback. finding new students, also constant fighting against the regular system which are at the universities, because it's a different way of learning. How to tackle them? You can only tackle by showing quality. If you let down on the quality, if you let your guard down, if you compromise on the quality, then your project is dead. Okay, I think I used 20 minutes, so thank you very much, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. It was really amazing. But before we jump into the Q&A, can I please ask for a small favor? Could you please look at the camera? Okay, let me check. I already took a couple of snaps of yours, but yes, this looks really amazing. Thank you so much, Doctor, for the knowledge, and we are open for Q&A. We got few, but because Daria needs to go for another meeting, we'll shoot the question for her first and then come back to Sigi and you. Daria will just disturb you with 2 to 3 questions if it is okay, and Marco would love to ask you a few of the questions. Before we jump to Marco, Abdul is asking, I think, Daria, we need to embed 3D GIS data models with AVAR to create digital cities.
I'm sorry, we should use 3D models for smart cities, or?
AR to create digital cities.
Yeah, absolutely. 3D models is one of the type of the contents we're usually using for creation any type of application in AR or VR. And when it comes to the smart cities and digital cities, 3D content, 3D scanning and capturing and 360 images could also help us. This is type of the content.
Okay, so next question. What is guerrilla marketing? Asked by someone called Rachana. Thank you for the questions, Rachana.
Guerrilla marketing is a type of the marketing activation when you're trying to surprise your end customer with something outstanding. You can also go Google that, more categories inside of it, because I'm not a specialist in guerrilla marketing, but this is something when you're trying to surprise and you're using outstanding instruments and combination of different technologies to communicate with your end users and customers and to surprise them with some unique content or unique game mechanic and so on.
Thank you so much, Daria, for the questions. Marco, over to you. You wanted to ask the direct question. Yeah.
Thanks, Ajit. Hi, Daria. It's been a while. Obviously, we spoke from Sydney, Australia. It's great seeing you again. And obviously, throughout this year, COVID has affected a lot of us in different ways. In the education system in Australia that I'm heavily involved, government and also private areas, the integration of what you would like to do in the education system throughout schools in the higher education area and tertiary level, I'm sure it will open up in the future. At present, it's a very difficult proposition because of the problem they have with infection in all globally, including Australia. So my question to you, and it's great seeing you again, and a great presentation, Daria.
Thank you.
So the question I have is, how can AR, VR be implemented in the Australian society as governments are looking for an increase in jobs in Australia throughout manufacturing, also agriculture, for 2021 and beyond?
Well, firstly, thank you. It's a pleasure to see you here again, and happy to be connected here. As far as I understand, the question is about the new type of professions in this new reality, right? And how government is trying to.
Yeah, I think in Australia, correct. There's there's a lot of areas that we're looking in Australia, but obviously the biggest push is creating jobs, not only for young people and the youth, but also for different types of age groups. But 2 areas that the Australian government and state governments are pushing, which we had really here many years ago, is manufacturing of different types of products. And also we're very highly sort of around the world, as you know, in Australian agriculture. So I was just thinking, how can your systems, AR and VR, be implemented in both types of areas of business?
Well, firstly, we can help people to save their workplaces being integrated into new digital reality. We can help them and educate them how to work with the new equipment, how to stay connected with this new digital ecosystem. When it comes to adults, we can use AR and VR technology to put them into the simulator and help them create this behavior scenarios and muscle memory and way of behavior in this new reality, because they've been working for 20-30 years, you know, and they used to some specific way of doing things, but today the world is growing and moving so fast, and for some of the people it's difficult to be at the same wavelengths, you know. So VR and AR firstly can bring the value into the education system to help people to save their workplaces, and at the same moment we can help people to work remotely when like thousands of people are losing their jobs today because they cannot work remotely. Some professions are just cannot work remotely, but AR and VR can bring it to them and can give them this opportunity. For example, again, in maritime industry, there are people who are working in the shipbuilding companies, and when the ship is built and it's sent to some country, they have to go there and to educate people at the local places how to work with that ship, how to work with that equipment, new type of equipment. So in early time, they go there, they teach, they educate, they spend some time there, but today they cannot do that. So AR and VR technology can connect them in one virtual environment and help them to do their job still remotely.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, thanks for your answer. That's fantastic. Do you need to go, Daria, or is time?
Actually, I have some few minutes, like if you have any other questions.
Yeah, just like when you mentioned the shipping industry, it's bizarre that you mentioned that, because my history in Australia is my father came here into Australia from Italy in 1957. So his story is quite amazing in that industry. He's what could I say? He was a man that, and rest in peace, Dad. He passed away 4 years ago. But yeah, he's a man that had a gift from God in rigging and also the talents on the shipping industry. He just knew a lot of things regarding the ships. His friends built ships in Germany and in Korea. And I worked closely with my dad with a lot of tanker ships and a lot of various ships in Sydney Harbour and all the other Botany areas. So when you mention that, I've been on, on the cutting edge in that industry, and it is a very tough industry. So I've been trained by a man of perfection. And when you mention your technologies, it's very difficult for me to understand where that would fit. But if I step back and I open my mind, I can understand the value that you're saying, because it can be very taxing for other young people to jump in an area that they're not very experienced with, and because of safety reasons.
Absolutely. And in virtual reality, we can connect the adult generation with the young generation, help them to share their experiences, share their knowledge, and help each other to live in this new world.
Definitely. Yeah, thanks, Daria. It's quite beautiful. Yeah, pleasure. Arjit, would you like me to elaborate further, or?
Well, it depends on you. Practically, we have a couple of questions, honestly speaking. Like Daria, if you really want to, leave, it's been a pleasure, and we are honored and happy that you came and shared your amazing, super cool presentation, blasted with questions, Daria. Well, thank you so much. Paka paka. See you soon in probably some part of the world, Daria. Maybe.
I would be happy to answer all the questions if you have it in text format, so I can get back to it and answer all of that.
Oh yes, we'll send it through an email probably. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you for having me here. Enjoy this day. Bye bye.
Bye, Daria. Take care.
Thank you, Daria. Thanks, Marco, for all the questions. So we have a few questions from Siggy, and Lipko, if you can just turn on your camera, because we'll be having a panel of super cool scientists and doctors who are joining from various parts of the world. We can see them live. Sigi, we'll take one or two questions probably with you and Lipko. Someone is asking from France that when you talked about earlier about
Please lower your camera.
Okay, so when you actually talked about practically M-media in your last speech, someone actually watched that live, and they're asking that the concept that you have shared is really cool, but how do they connect you? They don't use LinkedIn.
It's not Jack Crozier.
Yeah, how do they connect with me?
Yeah,
I can just share with you my Facebook or WhatsApp or I don't know what they use. Yeah, just let them connect with you on email and yeah, forward me to them, I guess.
Okay. The next question for you is when you create any localized music, probably for some game, it's a startup question actually. They have a limited amount of money and they want to understand. This question is coming from Bhutan, probably because we had a speaker from Bhutan last day. So the question is, with a limited amount of money, how they can start your own startup where the country doesn't support a lot of internet connectivity very smoothly, but they have a hardcore desire to grow and flourish in the world.
I don't want to be self-promoting.
Hold on, Sigi. I'm really sorry. Again, the tweet came, they need your mentorship.
Sorry?
They need your mentorship. The same guy is saying they need your mentorship.
Okay, they need my mentorship. Okay, I'm not going to really be promoting here, but it is a problem from a startup perspective as well, because you have to pay a lot of money for music and it's all license and all of that, and it's a funky value chain of music. You have some people that make it that they have to have a musical background, and then they have to publish it on streaming sites, so it's like a SEO sound or like something like that, and then they have to promote it somewhere else. And in between there's like complexity levels and licensing and all of that. In our case, you put loops together by other producers, and you add your voice on top, and you basically make music. And the primary function is to add it to social media, but the other function is, of course, to let it accompany your videos that you're doing, either in a sense or just in the whatever sense. So if they want to contact me on how to make music on our platform, they can do that. But,
Sigi, is it fine if we create a common platform for mentorship? Probably people can join us and maybe connect with the mentors and they can get some help. And if there is any kind of consultancy service that is there, of course, we don't want anybody to give free consultancy. That needs to be paid. Can we probably propose that to all the audience, maybe probably after the summit is over, maybe we'll do something like this. So thank you so much for all the questions, audience. We are overflooded with around 120 now, but yes, we'll be taking one or two because of the time, and we can see the panel is already there. Dr. Lupko, one last question for you, if you can help. This question is coming from some part of Africa. We can't, detect that IP yet, but they're asking, how do you gamify a banking system? Is it through a simulation you're talking about, or without computers things can be done? Question is for you, doctor.
The question is for which purpose you want to gamify this
banking systems.
What for? In the banking system, there are many things you want to gamify. You can gamify. You don't have to gamify. In the banking system, you have to look for the value for the people in Africa. I assume the problem is the accessibility of tools and accessibility of funds in Africa remote villages. So there are offline and online tools where you can implement this. But I think the purpose is accessibility. So, then you need to talk with the customers, with the users, and then try to understand what is the real problem then. And from then just apply the techniques which are already there. Is it an app? Is it an algorithm? Is it a physical presence in this location? and so on and so on. So the person, if you like to know more, if you like to talk more about this, so please connect on LinkedIn, and I can maybe show you some of our tools we used already in fintech, how we successfully implemented the gamify techniques in digital tools.
Super. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure hosting both of you, and we are really honored that Siggy and you came and shared your insights and knowledge. Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is the time that we should move our event towards the panel we all are waiting for. And I can see that our host, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. We'll be more than happy to have you once again with World Leader Summit, and probably we can get in touch with each other, and soon we can work with each other. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you, Siggy. Thank you so much. Even though you can stay back if you really want to enjoy the panel. Well, I think there is a great panel who is joining from China, US, and a couple of other parts of the world. And the theme of the panel is the Future of Medicine Doctors Forum. And we have our great host, Marty, with us. So I'll ask Marty to, oh my God, he is, okay. Give me a second, there was some network glitch from Marty's end, and he is promoted as a panelist. Marty, if you're there, could you please turn on your camera and mic? And I can see, and I can see Dr. Jack is back.
Yeah,
hello,
okay.
Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Tom, nice to see you smiling there. Wonderful to have you with us. It's a blessing that you're with us. Dr. Cheng, thank you. Hey, Dr. Gonzalez, lower your camera a little bit. We want to see your handsome face. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. Okay. Greg Coonan is 3.5 hours behind us, and I'm not sure what may have happened to him this morning. So we have scheduled this in such a way that we have a lot of options for how we want to get this particular forum done. Let me ask you, Arich, thank you very much for having the forum on. We're looking forward to a long time association with you and the conference this coming year, okay? The Future of Medicine Conference. All these gentlemen will be available for that event. I'm not sure who Mark Zamar is, or Vanjania Cesano. I'm just wondering who they might be.
Yeah, they are the past panelists, but they'll stay over there.
You want to stay? Okay, great. We welcome you, Marco, Evangelia, and the others. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
That's Evgenia from Russia and Marco from Australia. And the rest of the people are our team who are actually managing the whole panel, so that if there is any network glitch, they can take you back to the panel.
I feel this to be a very warm, embracing kind of, I'm very comfortable. I've watched a number of your events, especially our girl, Dr. Diana Hamilton, and her Curiosity program. And it applies directly to what we're dealing with the vast amount of death, unnecessary death in the world over COVID. It appalls me. And at 74 years old, I want to give just a briefest insight into my life, so the audience can appreciate why I'm the founder and chairman of such a foundation, and how we're associated with these brilliant orthomolecular, nutritional-based medicine, multi-PhD'd doctors whose entire lives are focused on enhancing the human condition and actually, in this case, saving human life. And oftentimes being blocked from the ability to save human life. I liken the crisis we're dealing with COVID to the Second World War. You'd have to be me, born in 1946 at the end of that war, and growing up with all those veterans and appreciating the nature of horror that the world dealt with that tyranny, the tyranny that produced a global war. We are dealing with tyranny in medicine that has produced a global war where the enemy appears to be the people of the world and the dynamic realities of their value, the life value, the human resource, these values of human dignity do not seem to be relevant anymore in the field of medicine, mainstream medicine. Okay. So I am the son of a funeral director. And in fact, I enter my life's work at 8 years old with my father on a wooden ginger ale case, ginger ale beverage case at 8 years old in the embalming room of the funeral home, dealing with the appreciation of my first cadaver, dealing with dignifying a human being after death. That was my father's ministry. And I was prepared for that, having hunted and fished with him since 6 years old and dealing with all the nature of preparing the game, the deer, the rabbits, and the fish, and you can go on and on, the wild boars for our table, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, you name it, okay. So my focus now then evolved as I became older, and burying all my friends that got killed in Vietnam, I kind of ran away from the funeral business and I thought about how to enhance the human condition and dignify human life during its life. So I've been associated with a number of foundations, like I'm the founder of the Robert F. Kennedy Scholarship Fund, the Robert F. Kennedy Fund, the first deferred sentencing programs in American judicial history, 1977. And I'm actually a recognized China specialist from having lived in China for 21 years and dealt with building an economic base there that is initially now feeding about 350 million people out of 1,250,000,000 people. So feeding China and getting China into the mainstream of economic strength for a vast population in harmony with India, another 1.2 billion person community, the world's largest democracy, and the world's largest communist tyrannical state brought together with a common border. So we're dealing in times that are spectacular. Now, this morning, my hope is that people watching this can do a screenshot. How would I do a screenshot, Lorinda? I want to bring up the foundation. You want
to bring it up now?
I want to bring up, yes, share the screen. There you go. And so here's a screenshot right here. Right?
I hit share.
Right. What happened?
Okay, click this.
Thank you for your patience. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either.
So here it is. I clicked on it.
Click on the that.
There it is. Okay, folks, I would greatly appreciate it. Whoever is watching, and we'll do this again at the end of the event. Here's the Future of Medicine Foundation. Our purpose is defeating COVID-19 by returning health to humanity through nutrition-based medicine. Below in blue is the link to the foundation. The most important program of that foundation is to establish advocacy within our corporate community, and more importantly than even that, establishing advocacy for the future of medicine and defeating COVID-19 in common sense terms. You'll learn all about that this morning, okay? So if you would appreciate the ambassador program where you can represent your community, your city, your state, or your country in direct relation to the foundation and its ability to affect positive change in your country. Quite a serious opportunity in your life. What you're dealing with this morning in this particular forum is the ability to save human lives. If you watch this forum and you get to this website, you will have every tool to know the joy, the life experience that I have earned and now know the joy of saving a human life. And I'll be honest with you, it is inevitable. The function of delivering therapy that prevents and/or promotes a successful defeat of a virus in the very early stage and/or a clinical, critical, ill patient. All those therapies are available for you, okay, in this website. Okay, so I'd like to now introduce Dr. Gonzalez. Dr. Gonzalez is a let me go. How do I get back here? I want to introduce him properly. And I go to there, right? Okay, share. Okay, so here we go. I want to introduce you to Dr. Michael Gonzalez. Okay. He's a professor of nutrition at Biochemistry University in Puerto Rico, Medical Science Campus, School of Public Health. He's quite a brilliant guy. He's an orthomolecular medicine Hall of Fame inductee. Okay. And he's going to give you an introduction into the very foundations and birth of orthomolecular medicine. This is nutritional-based medicine. This is a form of medicine that is quite common, but not available very often outside of integrative medicine or in mainstream medicine. So at the end of the day, you're having a real blessing here to learn the history of nutrition-based medicine, which is proving to really be effectively curing the coronavirus. Very few people should be dying from the coronavirus. So here you go. Let's defeat tyranny in medicine and let's return humanity to health. Here you go, Doc. Can you bring it up?
Unmute.
Unmute.
Tell him to unmute his mic.
Yeah. Unmute your mic, Dr. Gonzalez. Bottom left. Bottom left. Bottom left of your screen. You see the mic?
I'm here. I unmuted myself. Let me see if I could share the screen.
Yeah, you have to click there on the left as well. The green underneath your picture.
I'm just trying to see if I could. I don't see my presentation here. Let me see if I could reach it out quickly right here.
Yeah, no stress. We have time.
Okay, well, basically what I wanted to do, it's kind of introduce to you what orthomolecular medicine really is. But let me quickly try to go through here. Let me see. Okay, let's see if I could. I have it here in my computer. Let me see if now I could.
First, you want to share your screen, and then it'll open up to what you've opened up. You have to open up your document.
Okay.
There you go.
You guys can see it?
Yeah, it's beautiful, Mike.
Okay,
Michael.
great. Let me make
Dr.
it.
Creation. Hey, Regent, I'm not a doctor. I'm a Mr. Businessman, maybe.
Okay.
Well, the first thing I wanted to say is that one of the original orthomoleculars said that discovery is seeing what everybody else has seen, but thinking what nobody else has thought. I'm going to start with that. It's that Albert Szent-Györgyi, Nobel Prize winner, also member of the Hall of Fame of orthomolecular medicine. What is orthomolecular medicine? It's really the right molecule in the right time in the right form. It's the use of precursor molecules capable of correcting metabolism to achieve the necessary balance to reach the physiological healthy state. is a non-toxic, physiologically friendly therapeutic approach. And I think it has many advantages in the sense of, number one, being non-toxic, number two, using molecules that we normally ingest, you know, basically vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients in order to achieve what is the necessary balance, which is the physiological healthy state. It have been given many names: megavitamin therapy, nutritional supplement therapy, or it started as orthomolecular psychiatry. Then it got the name of orthomolecular nutrition, then orthomolecular medicine. And it's some sort of metabolic correction in a use of functional medicine. So really, orthomolecular medicine is a biochemical, physiological, functional approach to health. The key here is that many diseases that we have really seen that has been associated with specific biochemical abnormalities, which are causal or contributing factors of the illness. So we concentrate in balancing these biochemical derangements with nutrients. In terms of one of the important nutrients is vitamin C, and it started out maybe the interest of Dr. Pauling, who was one of the pioneers, was with Dr. Irwin Stone. And Dr. Irwin Stone proposed a concept that we all suffer of subclinical deficiency of vitamin C, and that if we ingest larger amounts, it will help balance our health in general. Dr. Klanner is another physician that used vitamin C. He was the one that started IV vitamin C in the use of against polio. So he had 100% cure of polio using IV vitamin C. And he used vitamin C in various conditions, in colds, in polio, hepatitis, cancer. And he said that if a disease doesn't respond to vitamin C, you're not giving enough high dose. Then came Dr. Linus Pauling to the scene, and Dr. Pauling kind of gave it the push that this new type of therapeutic approach needed. He won 2 Nobel Prizes, and he started a very much interest in vitamin C. And he used vitamin C, and he prepared a paper making a review of how vitamin C has been used in different colds in infectious disease. And he is known basically for cancer. And together with Dr. Abraham Hoffer, he founded orthomolecular medicine. In the 50s, Dr. McCormick hypothesized that cancer is due to the vitamin C deficiency. Later in the 50s, Burns saw that mammals were susceptible to scurvy, and they had, especially humans, had a deficient production of the enzyme that converts sugar to vitamin C. So, and then in the 70s, Dr. Cathcart developed the concept of bowel tolerant dose for oral vitamin C. Is that as soon as you get sick, you may need more vitamin C. As animals start to produce more vitamin C when they get sick, since we cannot produce vitamin C, we need to take it orally or IV in order to increase all the necessary molecules, increase the immune system. It's a real modulator of metabolism. He also used vitamin C in infectious disease, toxins, and wound healing. Then Dr. Hickey in the 80s proposed the dynamic flow model for oral ascorate in order to maintain high levels of vitamin C in blood. In the 70s, Dr. Cameron did the first clinical trials of vitamin C in cancer patients, and then Dr. Pauling collaborated with him and came with very important papers in the 70s. And in the 90s, Dr. Hoffer, who was known for using nutritional vitamin therapies in the treatment of mental illness, schizophrenia, he used it later with cancer and collaborated with Dr. Pauling in the cancer research. Then Dr. Hugh Reardon, who was my main advisor in the Center for the Improvement of Human Functioning in Wichita, Kansas, he took the IV to another level because he was the person with more experience using IV vitamin C for cancer and infectious disease. He was specially recognized for this, and also because he has very creative educational services in that center. In the 90s, Dr. Mark Levine at the National Institute of Health started looking at the pharmacokinetics of vitamin C, and he saw that in cancer, people were using vitamin C in order to get better, and he wrote a series of cases of vitamin C in cancer patients treated by vitamin C with Dr. Hugh Reardon. Then in the 2000s, up there, Dr. Reardon, who's Dr. Hugh's son, it's Neil, Dr. Joseph Kasari, Dr. Nina Mikirova, Ron Honninghake, myself, and Dr. Miranda came up with a lot of publications and a lot of studies being how effective was vitamin C against cancer. And vitamin C has been used originally against scurvy, against polio, against infections and poisons, and against heart disease, and against cancer. And there's a lot of publications in these areas. But also now,
Doc Gonzalez, Doc
yes.
Gonzalez, you know, I find that slide to be breathtaking.
You mean this one?
Yeah, I want you to do me a favor.
Sure.
Because what we're proving in China, and beginning with Dr. Peng, who'll be on later, okay?
He's right here. I haven't, that's the first man in this photo.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but that slide, can you go back to that slide? It's right there, right? There, no, there it is, right? We got to add to that slide COVID-19.
Oh, it's just in another slide. It's right here.
I'm just telling you, I've got chills when I saw that slide because it's 1945 until today. Orthomolecular medicine is saving human lives with no toxic reactions. Unbelievable. And here we are with COVID-19 in China using an American know-how since 1945 to literally save hundreds of thousands of lives, while hundreds of thousands of lives are being lost in the United States where the therapy originated. Now, I'm a China specialist. I'm an American and had my whole life here. My whole life is born of America and global impacts from FM radio to now, thank you, Lord, fighting the tyranny of COVID-19 deaths, okay?
So all these people that I put right here are very important people in terms of generating the necessary information, showing the reality, showing how powerful vitamin C could be in high doses against this virus. Here's Dr. Penn, who was the first one to use IV vitamin C in these type of studies. Dr. Chen has been a fighter, a promoter of vitamin C. Dr. Andrew Soul, myself, Dr. Victor Marcial, Dr. Jorge Miranda, Dr. Ron Honninghake, Dr. Tom Levy, and here's Dr. Paul Merrick and Dr. Alpha Fowler. These people have used IV vitamin C in sepsis in general, but they have been using it now in COVID. Dr. Marcial has been using it in his patients. Tom has also, not only vitamin C, he has another protocol, orthomolecular protocol using, I think it's hydrogen peroxide. Dr. Ron has been treating patients with IV vitamin C. Dr. Miranda wrote a very interesting paper of the effects of vitamin C. I wrote together with Dr. Chang, Soul, Dr. Peng, Dr. Marcial, Dr. Levy, Dr. Ron, and Dr. Miranda. We wrote a paper on all the mechanisms of antiviral mechanisms of vitamin C. So there's enough information out there. And also right now, there's no vaccine, there's no treatment, and we have seen a lot of people recovering in bad shape with IV vitamin C. And the important thing of vitamin C is that it can work in all the pathophysiological effects of this virus. It could work as preventive. It could work early in treatment. It could work even with people that are in bad shape. With all the, it could reduce the cytokine storm, which is probably the main killer with this virus. And it could disturb this corona, these spikes of the virus. Vitamin C may have direct mechanism in doing that. If you have enough of it in blood, it may have a physiological effect once you have enough doses that it may increase not only the effectiveness of your Th1 response, which is a cellular immune response, it could have a response decreasing inflammatory cytokines and also increasing the number and effectiveness of T cells that are the first line of defense against these viruses. And vitamin C has been very important. But one thing we have to have in mind is that the fourth cause of death, it's drug-induced iatrogenia. So it's been people dying by giving them medicine in the hospitals. So if we can reduce this by the use of nutrients like vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, it will be a good improvement. Also, the serious adverse effects are very high. Even the fatal ones, as I mentioned, is the 4th cause of death in the United States. Another issue is that it's very expensive. The drug-related morbidity and mortality, it's a very expensive thing. And it's been increasing even more. It has doubled in 6 years. So imagine how much money it's been wasted and not having good results.
Medicine is about money. Dr. McKee has explained clearly, and I wish he could be with us today. You'll be at the Diana Hamilton show next month.
For preventing this morbidity and mortality are urgently needed, and optimizing the patient management through orthomolecular medicine can improve the drug-related morbidity and mortality. So there's been various achievements as orthomolecular medicine has a major role in prevention and treatment. So we have achievements in cardiovascular disease, reducing homocysteine with vitamins B12, vitamin B6, folic acid, reducing cholesterol with niacin, decreasing diabetes by improving glucose insulin regulation with chromium, vanadium, B complex, lipoic acid, schizophrenia, mental disease, reducing adrenochrome with niacin and ascorbic acid and zinc, achievements in arthritis by reducing cartilage degeneration with glucosamine sulfate, collagen, reducing probably inflammation with turmeric, bromelain, omega-3s, aging, reducing free radicals with antioxidants, and cancer with non-toxic therapy with vitamin C, mitochondrial enhancers, and reducing the use of statins with coenzyme Q10, and many more. So these biochemical metabolic correction of chronic disease by the means of orthomolecular medicine sometimes takes longer time in producing results, but it's usually more long-lasting because it goes directly to the root of the disease, and it's less toxic and it's more cost-effective. Therefore, orthomolecular medicine should be, in general, our first option in medical treatment. And who benefits? Everyone benefits. The individuals benefit because that improves their quality of life, increase productivity. The industry, because medical treatments will be more cost-effective with least adverse effects. And the professional, because you're going to have more medical success, less complications, and less litigation for malpractice. And society, because you'll have a healthier society and a more productive one. And I think it's the time for orthomolecular medicine is now. And I think this COVID issue, it's going to prove that, because it's a non-toxic, low-cost, very effective method of containing the damage of this problematic virus. And that's about all my presentation.
Beautiful presentation, Dr. Jack. Thank you so much. I think Mr. Jack is muted, and that's the reason.
Okay, forgive me. Forgive me. Thank you, Rajit. That's your job. Keep me on base. Okay. You know, this is our first event on behalf of the foundation in dealing with global markets, provided in this case by the World Leaders Summit, to educate people to understand that they have a direct responsibility and can now start to take action, working with institutions like the Future of Medicine Foundation to stop the ravaging death we're dealing with in Western markets. The applications and the cures are here. And now you're going to begin the process, beginning with Dr. Chang. Next, right underneath my picture, if we're all looking at each other, is Dr. Levy as well. So we're going to transfer now into conversations with Dr. Chang and Dr. Levy. But before I go there, I want everyone to know that in Romania right now, Philip Chobin, he is the top 20 in telemedicine. And he's my cousin. And he's viewing our work right now. And the feedback I'm getting out of him and his nutritionists throughout Eastern Europe is spectacular. Thank you, Gonzalez, from the bottom of my heart. And in the future, guess what? We're going to get your camera set up so we can always be seeing your face. I fell in love with the top of your head. Okay, here we go. Dr. Chang, how do I, let me get him up here. Dr. Cheng.
He's got, Dr. Gonzalez has to unshare.
Dr. Gonzalez, you have to unshare up at the top, I believe. You'll see a, there you go.
I did that, don't worry. At your service.
Better at this. By the time we get to Diana Hamilton's 3-series broadcast, 3 one-hour series broadcasts, we're gonna be a tight team, okay? So what do I do now? Yes, okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna introduce you to the ultimate crossover physician on earth, in my opinion, and it's not an exaggerated statement. Dr. Richard Cheng is a founder of the, as everybody here are founders of the Future of Medicine Foundation. Dr. Cheng is the crossover, the crossover medical professional. Okay, this is working? Okay, yes. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Please understand that Dr. Cheng is not only a PhD and MD out of China, but he's migrated to the United States and he's spent 30 years here and has achieved his multi-PhD life work with as an MD and a PhD in science. Okay, so Dr. Cheng literally, in my opinion, is the key that has merged the number 1 and number 2 economy on earth to deliver the future of medicine, to return health to humanity, as he puts it, okay? Now, I beg you to take the next 2 presentations by Dr. Cheng and Dr. Levy. Take it to heart. Understand the power of what the future of medicine is presenting here. If you know that there are 1.5, 2 million deaths, after these 2 presentations, you're going to realize that there shouldn't be globally 200,000 deaths. And you can compare this statistically with Dr. Peng and the first clinical trial for COVID on Earth, February 12th, this past year, and the success they've had with preventing death. Okay, so Dr. Cheng is going to take over now. Dr. Cheng, God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Jack, for your nice introduction. And also thank you, Arijit, for organizing this wonderful event. And thank you to all my friends and mentors here. But let me go to, I have to share a screen, right?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
There's a share screen button in your computer.
Yeah, I've done this many times. Hold on, just 1 sec. Oh, all of a sudden I can't find my shares. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. Can you all see the screen, my screen? Not yet?
Clear as a bell, Doc.
I mean, do you see my PPT?
Perfectly.
Okay. All right. You see the slides, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. Well, okay, let me just, I'm gonna give a brief overview of my thoughts on this, world reckoning event. But first of all, I made some arrangement. First of all, let's talk about COVID-19. As you know, listening to Jack, I got a little bit passionate, so I want to bring up this slide first. Well, COVID-19 has really panicked. We've been panicking worldwide for a year now, nearly a year, okay? But let's really look at some data. This is a table that I published on the Journal of also Molecular Medicine just recently. And this is a comparison of severity of COVID-19 and influenza. Okay. Now the data come from, as you can see here, WHO and the CDC officials. Okay. Now the measure we use here is what's called infection fatality rate, or IFR. Basically, this simply means that if someone catches COVID-19 virus, viral infection, what is the risk of dying from the disease? And that's one major measure to measure the severity of disease. Now, well, we're not denying that COVID-19 is a serious disease, is a serious pandemic, it has serious consequences. However, let's look at data. Now, because COVID-19 has got the worldwide attention, so we have breakdown of age breakdown groups to compare. Okay, so this is from WHO. Actually from CDC, is that young kids, from 0, the newborn to 19, here you can see the IFR, basically the risk of dying from this disease is 0.003%. As you can read here, okay? Now, for somebody who is in the 20 to 50 or 49 age group, that's 0.2%, and 50 to 69, 0.5%. Above 70, that's 5.4%. The data came from CDC. Now, look at the influenza. Now, since influenza is not a reportable disease, what I'm saying is that we all know for infectious diseases, very serious ones, we have to report to the Disease Control Bureau in every country. In the United States, it's CDC. So, but because it's not a reportable disease, so there is no age breakdown classification. So we don't know the IFR between newborn and 20 and 20 to 50. Okay, so we have a general number, which is less than 0.1%. That's for all age groups, but that's good enough. But if you look at this number, okay, so looking at the IFR of COVID-19 and of influenza, you don't see much difference. That's the point I want to make. Okay, look at the young kids, young people, 0.003% compared to less than 0.1%. You would say, just by looking at these numbers, not very scientific, because we don't know the exact age group here, right? But anyway, the death rate is even smaller in COVID-19 than flu. Okay, at least not much greater. So from this table, you can say that in general, for people maybe up to age 50, the death rate is not much more than influenza. Okay, so this data tells us that COVID-19 is a serious disease. It's a life-threatening disease, but may not be more severe than a bad flu. That's the point I want to make. Every year, every country, we got a lot of people dying of flu, but it's, we usually don't really take that seriously. We don't hear much about it. In the United States, we have probably anywhere between 60 and 80,000 people dying of flu every year. That's one. When we hear about COVID-19 deaths on the news, we also need to pay attention the differences between dying from COVID-19 or dying from diseases, patients dying of diseases also with underlying conditions. We know now that a lot of those people who die from COVID-19 have diabetes, cancer, heart disease, many other chronic diseases, okay? And so anyway, let's not go in there for too much. Basically, the idea is that COVID-19, we have to take it seriously, but it's not as threatening, not as intimidating as what we have been led to believe. That's the message I want to give, okay? I don't believe certainly that the world needs to panic the way we have been. The world is still paralyzed nearly 1 year after the onset of COVID-19. Now that's the message. Now let's go back to my normal sequence. So what I want to do today actually is look at why how come we are here today? Basically, the title here I want to say is that, and then one segment of my talk, I want to make it short here. First of all, I believe we have been mismanaging COVID-19, and that's the main problem. But why is that? Now, I want to point out the two major problems. Okay, the first one is, we know today's medicine, the major thinking in basically the philosophy or the logic behind today's medicine is what we call evidence-based medicine, EBM. Now, nothing wrong with evidence-based. We all need evidence. You know, evidence-based medicine didn't start today, didn't start in the 1990s, has been here for thousands of years. We all based on evidence. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit more detail. But there's a problem in today's EBM. Why? Because the evidence, you know, evidence-based medicine depends on evidence. I'm going to present you some preliminary data that actually the evidence is being biased, meaning the evidence may be false, may not be truly accurate. Now, when you don't have truly accurate evidence, how can you arrive at a correct decision? That's a problem. Okay, then number one. Number two is what I call Nobel Prize mentality. Well, I'm going to also discuss a little bit later, is that clinical medicine and the basic science research are two different disciplines. Okay, however, I mean, one cannot replace the other. I'm going to talk a little bit more later. Okay, so these 2 points, let me cover a little bit. Now, first of all, let's talk about evidence medicine. Basically, EBM movement started back in the 1990s. Okay, and the idea is very good, decent, honorable. Basically, we want to define and look for evidence and then find the solutions for patient care. Okay, now make a long story short, there are several different levels of evidence. I mean, what makes up the evidence? Okay, as shown here in the next this slide here. Basically, evidence medicine, requires, as we all know, so-called randomized controlled trial, RCT, so to speak. Okay, that's a major part, because whether something works or not, well, do some comparison. But the point I want to make out here is that RCT is not the only part of the evidence. In the true evidence-based medicine, also doctors' experience has a heavy place, has a very important place in decision making as part of evidence. Also, the logical thinking. Because of A, because of B, therefore we do C. Okay, so evidence-based medicine is that for a physician, you need to integrate all the knowledge you have learned along with your own experience and your logical thinking, and also patient's condition. Not only patient's medical, physical condition, but also maybe financial, psychological condition. Therefore, the point I'm making here is that it is an integrative solution, a holistic view of a patient care. But you know what? Like most people probably, I would say here, not many doctors really truly looked into the definition of EBM, evidence-based. I didn't, I'm telling you. I did not know what exactly EBM was before this. Okay, so when I talked to, like Dr. Gonzalez presented earlier, actually, when I talk to my other people, I mean, my friends, doctor, scientist friends about the vitamin C, they all ask, oh, do you have RCTs? Yes, I do, I said. That the point I'm making here is that most of the doctors, scientists don't quite understand what EBM is. They all think EBM equals RCT. That's a major problem. EBM is not only RCT. Okay, so that's number one. And second, I want to say a little bit more important here. I think somebody already mentioned, maybe Dr. Gunnar already mentioned, is that the problem with evidence today is that bullet point number 2 I want to point out here is that EBM relies heavily on evidence, but there's very little room for mechanistic reasoning, or we call it logic or common sense. Actually, we're going to talk about vitamin C as a clear example of this. mechanistic reasoning or logical common sense. Basically, is in the same line of drawing your reasonable logical conclusion from the evidence. And EVM doesn't allow very much for that. Okay. And also very importantly is that today we all know RCTs are getting more and more expensive to run. Okay. Therefore, it takes a lot of money, a lot of manpower. Only the rich organizations have the deep pockets to run RCTs. And there are fewer and fewer RCTs that are funded by the non-profit organizations and government, because those, government and non-NGO organizations are truly probably, because they are not supposed to care for profit. Their job is to care for the public health. But private for-profit organizations, I don't blame them. Okay, when you invest millions and millions of dollars, you like to make an investment return. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, but because of this, so the for-profit companies will only invest in projects that can take a profit. Nutrition, lifestyle, these important factors in our medicine and healthcare, because we cannot patent these methods. We cannot patent vitamin C. We cannot patent, any dietary methods. Therefore, there's little or no interest in funding these kind of RCTs. Okay, and as a result, what makes up the evidence is more and more diluted by the for-profit evidence companies funded or evidence. That's the major problem here. Let me show you some data here. For example, back in 2015, Johns Hopkins University did some studies showing that between 2006 and 2014, NIH, which, as we all know, is the U.S. government organization, NIH funded RCTs decreased by 1/4, 24%. Okay. At the same time, for-profit companies funded RCTs increased 43%, nearly half of it. Okay. Now, this is about like 8 years span, 8-9 years span. So basically, from this data, you can see that more and more data that makes up the evidence comes from for-profit companies, and therefore these being more and more influenced by certain for-profit, certain parts, not the whole spectrum of the important factors in health and disease prevention. That's one. And also, and we already mentioned it, the for-profit companies, there's really no financial interest to invest or run RCTs on topics that are of public health interest, like nutrition, lifestyle. I already mentioned that. Also, another one, very importantly, is that the same research by Johns Hopkins University back in 2015 showed that in the important journals, 1,500 cancer papers on major journals, again, in the year, there's a lot more cancer papers than 1,500, believe me, okay? These are only major journals. 1/3 of those papers, there exists severe conflict of interest, meaning the funding, okay? So because of this, those cancer papers, the data generated from these papers may not truly reflect the scientific nature of cancer. That's another way, another reason why the data is being biased. Okay. Thirdly, I want to say is, the money, no matter how rich some companies, the financial resources is limited. However, about 70% of new drugs approved by FDA are Me Too drugs, meaning they are just, similar to other drugs. Are they important? They are important, but they don't really offer any new advantage to humanity. In a way, that kind of precious money could be better spent in some other more innovative research. But anyway, what I'm saying is it's wasted. Okay. So this is the reality. Why? Because this is how the world works. We give companies patents, and the companies go for, follow the money, and money is the grease, is the lubricant of the machinery that operates in this world. Now, so from these data, briefly, we can say highly likely the evidence that makes up the EBM is biased. Now, that's a major problem, okay? We need to somehow fix it. Hopefully the world will wake up to this and fix it. Now, second, what I mentioned was the Nobel Prize mentality. Now, what does that mean? Let's look at the data. This is a over 100 years Nobel prizes awarded over 100 years, okay? Now look at the data at the early part, back in 1901 to 1910, and there's one decade per bar. You see about 2/3 to 90% of the Nobel prizes were awarded to clinicians early on, 100 years ago, okay? So this was truly clinical medicine oriented, but look at the curve gradually over to today, about 10 years ago. We have only about 20% of Nobel prizes awarded to clinicians. What does this mean? This means that the whole medical science, basic and clinical, have been cleaning towards more and more towards basic research. Nothing wrong with that, okay? Now, this is fact. Let's take a look at it. Nothing wrong with it. However, the point I'm making here is that we all know basic science and clinical medicine are two totally different disciplines. In basic research, what we need to do is to dissect and separate complex big problems into smaller questions. And then hopefully we control the other factors and study one moving part. Because when you have too many moving parts, you don't know what's causing what, right? So that's the research method. We want to control as many, that's called a randomized double control, right? But in clinical, basic research, you want to focus one small area, for example, one molecule, one mechanism, one cell. That's what basic research is supposed to do. But in clinical medicine, it's the opposite. A clinician, I'm a clinician, I also have extensive training and experience in basic research. I understand both sides, as Jack graciously introduced me. So in clinical medicine, we need to integrate all the best research evidence existing and then put them together and use our logical thinking and common sense and also compassionate of a patient, empathy, to arrive at a clinical decision that's best for the patient. Everybody is different. Every patient is a little bit different. You have a general guideline, but that's called individualized medicine. So basically, clinical research and basic research are two directions. Okay, but today, why look at our world? We all know, for most of Nobel Prize. So in medicine, in science, people all strive to work hard to, not everybody does research for the purpose of Nobel Prize, but we publish papers so that we can get promoted, get a full professorship, and we publish paper, we get grants, grant money, and so the whole system in clinical medicine is depending on the publications, and the publications mostly on basic research, because basic research is being encouraged. Okay, now these doctors were very good scientists. Eventually were ascended to the top of the echelon, medical echelon. So these are the doctors who will make up the guidelines, who will write guidelines, tell other doctors how to practice medicine. But unfortunately, many of these doctors probably don't really see patients these days. So those who write clinical guidelines don't see patients. And those who treat patients don't get to write the guidelines. And that's a major problem here, is that we should not use basic science research mentality in clinical application. And that's a major problem today. Now, based on that, now, for example, today, in the United States in particular, we all know for example, a heavy weight, overweight is a serious problem, obesity. You often see diabetic doctors, endocrinologists, and heart disease, cardiologists, heart doctors. They look at the patients, they fine tune the heart drugs or diabetic drugs or blood pressure medicines, but they practically ignore the obesity. Why? Because obesity is hard to treat. It takes a holistic view. Okay, and so no matter how you fine tune those drugs, if you don't really get very good excellent clinical results. But if these patients lose 30 pounds, 50 pounds, you know what? Many of those clinical conditions will improve. I've done many. I have helped many patients to go off diabetic medicines, blood pressure medicines. Why? Because we need to look at the root causes of these problems. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more later. And here, I believe that Mr. Nobel, when he established the Nobel Prize, I don't think that's what he intended for today's Nobel Prize for medicine. Okay. Now, here I want to introduce you integrated medicine. Basically, today we have what we call complementary alternative medicine in the United States, so-called CAM. And there's anti-aging medicine, Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, also molecular medicine, integrated medicine, functional medicine, natural medicine, many other sort of medicines. Why are there these medicine branches or different thinkings? Because we know that traditional medicine, the Western medicine of today, doesn't really work well. And if you analyze, basically, this is my summary of the common highlights of these medicines, is that we need to have a holistic view of health and disease. We need to have a natural view of health and disease. We need to have a balanced view of health diseases. Holistic view, I already mentioned a little bit earlier. You cannot just focus on heart or sugar. You need to look at the whole body. A natural view, let me use a simple analogy here. It's very easy to understand. For example, if I drive a Honda car and the Honda car breaks down and you need a new part. And when you're ready to put in a new part of Honda, and here comes a Mercedes-Benz salesperson, and he tells you, hey, come on, let's use your Honda part is just too general and too casual, too cheap. Here I have a patented, state-of-the-art, heart of the press, fancy part. You should use this one. Would you use a Benz part for your Honda car? Obviously, common sense says no. Why? It will not fit in your Honda car. That's the same thing today. That's the natural view. Let me ask you, for those people in the audience, if you are healthy, think about it. What makes you healthy? Is it drugs? Or is it the healthy lifestyle, the proper nutrition that you're eating and exercise, all these things? So we're healthy not because we're on drugs. Most of the drugs, by definition, they are foreign to our body. They are not natural to our body. When we put something unnatural into your system, you don't know what's going to happen down the road. And that's my natural view of health and disease. I'm not saying here again that medicines don't have a part in medicine, but what I'm saying is we have to be careful of medicines. Okay. Now, my view of handling health and diseases is this: all diseases, we know all diseases have root causes listed on the left panel, 1 and 2. You have external causes, for example, toxins, chemicals, physical, biological factors. COVID-19 virus is a biological factor. So it is a root cause, COVID-19. However, we already presented root cause. I mean, COVID-19 virus alone is not going to cause you all the problems. You need other compounding factors. But also you have internal factors: unhealthy lifestyle, stress, sleep, exercise, nutrition, hormonal imbalance, and the genes. Now, what I also separate here is that genetics, you cannot change your genes. Okay, I'm not going to go into detail. These internal and external factors will go through a set of processes. I want to highlight here oxidative stress. Number 1 here listed here. mitochondrial dysfunction, leaky gut, dysbiosis, genetic mutation, and telomere shortage, all these other problems. I already highlighted the oxidative stress because why? That's one major reason why COVID-19 is so bad. Because COVID-19 causes, we all know, COVID-19 causes cytokine storm. In essence, it is oxidative stress. Vitamin C is so powerful. Why? Because vitamin C is the prototype of antioxidants. It can neutralize, it can reduce the oxidative stress caused by virus, COVID-19 virus, and many others. Of course, I'm going to talk a little bit more. You need to use high dose and early on in combination with other antioxidants and some natural, other antiviral agents. Okay, so here you have root causes, processes. Eventually, these factors cause disease symptoms. Cancer, diabetes, COVID-19, pneumonia, Alzheimer, depression, autoimmune diseases. These are the clinical manifestations. These are due to 1, 2, and 3. Do we need to treat the symptoms of these number 4? Of course. But today's medicine, we mostly focus on number 4. We all know common sense tells us if we don't root out the root causes, if we don't correct the processes, we're not going to have a fundamental cure of manifestation. So all diseases, we need to go through this process. And as we have, Jack is an expert in business. A business solution is the same thing. This is a common sense. It's not new. We all know, not only medicine, in worldwide problems today. That's how we should do. Unfortunately, what I want to say is, in medicine, we forgot about this. Fancy, high-ranking doctors forget about this. We don't have common sense in medicine today. Okay, I'm going to go through this quickly. Because we all know here's some of the research data here is that increased oxidative stress is a universal observation in viral respiratory infections. There's an excellent review article published 2 years ago, 2018, and it reviews all. Actually, it happens in all viral infections. Okay, and Tom Levy is an expert. He's my mentor. He can tell you more. I don't know if he's going to touch that today or not. But anyway, today I only focus here. This slide only focuses on the pulmonary part. Why? Because COVID-19 is largely a pulmonary problem. Of course, it affects the whole world. Whole body. Basically, it shows here that all the viral infections that cause pneumonia have increased oxidative stress as an underlying mechanism. Why should COVID-19 be different? Of course, now, this paper I presented was earlier this year when we didn't have a lot of evidence. Now we know increased evidence, increased oxidative stress is a hallmark. Actually, it is probably more so than other viruses that cause pneumonia. Okay. And here's again, that's some of the earlier papers, increased oxidative stress, cytokine storm, underlying acute lung injury, acute respiratory distress syndrome. Okay. And at the bottom, at the number 4 reference, I called for worldwide, as well as in March, to use high dose and early intervention with high dose vitamin C. If we did, I think today's world will be quite different. Now, I'm not going to go into the detail, but except to say that, again, here, the septic shock, ventilation, ARDS, ARI, these are the key pathologies of COVID-19. And the vitamin C is a key finding of vitamin C deficiency is a key finding of ICU patients. And we know many of them. For example, here we show for nearly half of ICU patients with septic shock have basically no vitamin C in their blood. Okay, and also you can see here, actually back in September, I believe, there's a study from Spain. They studied 18 COVID-19 patients. 17 of them have zero non-detectable vitamin C in their blood. Okay, vitamin C deficiency is common in severe diseases, particularly in patients with infections, in septic shocks. Okay, and here some research shows the high dose vitamin C prevents and improves pneumonia. These are slides I presented at NIH at the invited lecture, April. That was more than 6 months ago. If we applied what I'm talking today here, lots of data. Anybody who says there's no data to support vitamin C is basically turns a blind eye to these. Lots of information here. And Dr. Gonzalez presented here. I'm giving you more and more data, and Tom Levy will be presenting even more. Look at 148 clinical animal studies and a lot of RCTs showing vitamin C's effects biologically and clinically. Okay, and here high dose vitamin C shortens mechanical ventilation, and here high dose vitamin C prevents multi-organ failure, and here high dose vitamin C reduces ARDS mortality, and here one of the largest studies published recently by Dr. Fowler's group, that high dose vitamin C, actually that dose in our view actually is still small. Okay, we can do much now. Yeah.
Dr. Chang,
yeah.
You have to forgive me. We have a we have to take a break.
Okay.
I'm not sure how this all occurs. Okay. At the end of the day, I'm being informed that there is, you know, a event occurring regarding an award that will take 10 minutes. Okay. Now, if they say 10 minutes, I'll bet you $1 million it won't be 10 minutes, because the gaming show part of it that preceded us, that was supposed to end at, you know, the time that we're at. So we lost 12, 15 minutes in the beginning. And now the 2 hours is something's gone on with the award show. I thought that they were flexible. The only people that are flexible are us. Okay. So I'm going to ask you to.
Okay, let me give one summary statement then. I mean,
okay, make a summary statement and then.
So basically, I'm going to show the audience that NIH put out a document. This is official. The high dose vitamin C, IV vitamin C is safe up to 1.5 grams per kilogram. Basically, 1,500 milligram of vitamin C per kilogram body weight IV. For somebody who's 60 kilogram body weight, that's 90 grams or 90,000 milligram of vitamin C a day. That is safe. This statement comes from NIH, not from me, not from anybody else. So from that, okay, listen, let me finish. The vitamin C, high dose vitamin C is safe, and I showed you some evidence. I didn't show you all. Vitamin C appears to be effective, and vitamin C is readily available everywhere worldwide and inexpensive. Why in the hell we don't use it? That's the question I'm asking. Where is the common sense? All right, that's it. Jack?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Hold on, Dr. Levy, if you can be kind enough, I beg you to give us about 10, 15 minutes, and then we're coming back to the panel for you and Dr. Pong.
All right.
Oh, how kind of you. And Dr. Pong is actually watching, but I can't see his picture. So, Arijit, do what you have to do. We hope to be back on in 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. We're just taking a short break. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. Doctor, if we can please turn off your sharing. I'll manage it for you, doctor. Don't worry, I'll be there. And if any doctor is in the audience list, I am asking him to raise his hand so that I can pull him to the panel. There is a button in Zoom. You can raise your hand and I'll pull you up in the panel. So I'll ask our jury, Andrea, if you're there with us. Yeah, could you please unmute yourself? Yeah, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning for you from Canada. Thank you. It's a beautiful evening happening here in India. So Andrea is
good evening to you.
She's a very near and dear friend of ours and has been checking up the industry leaders and startup on across the world. We'll be having only the industry award as of now. After that, after Dr. Panel, we'll go for a startup award as it was defined. because this panel was defined within last couple of days, and we are excited and willing to hear and understand and gain the knowledge from this panel. It's a super panel going on. So for Andrea Sisum, she's a founder and chief executive officer of Ontario College of Business and Technology. She's a global expert in higher education, and we'll be calling up the awardees one by one. The mode would be, I'll be sharing my screen, and we'll share the name of the gentleman. So Dilnawaz, I'm just putting you as a panelist for a few seconds so that you can say hi to everyone, and we can share the award for you.
Yes, I'm there. Hi.
Super. Andrea, could you please announce the award and give it to the great gentleman?
Absolutely. So on behalf of the World Leaders Summit, I am pleased and excited to present the Startup Ecosystem Catalyst of India 2020 Award to Dilnawaz Khan.
Thank you so much.
He's the founder of Co-Design Labs and Power Deck. Big congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And if we can have the next awardee, I'm not sure. Yeah, would you please turn on your mic and camera because you're there in the panel. Dilnawaz, I'm really sorry. I need to pull you down in the attendee list. Hope
No problem.
You don't mind.
No problem. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Could you please turn on your mic and camera? You are promoted as a panelist, DREXEL. I don't know the ID. Could you please introduce yourself? Anyway, we have the next award for Dr. Raja Roy Chaudhary. Give me a second to pull him up. Dr. Raja, you are in the panelist list. Could you please turn on your camera and mic so that we can all see you?
Hi, good evening. Thanks, Arjit. Thanks for the honor.
Thank you so much. Andrea, he's an excellent gentleman and doing so many things in life.
I can see that. So I am honored to present Leadership Excellence Award in India 2020 to Raja Chaudhary, and he's a director of Universal Business School. Big congratulations to you, Raja, and I look forward to following your success.
Thank you, Andrea. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Raja, I'm sorry, I need to pull you down, maybe. We couldn't find the other IDs.
Yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, we couldn't find the other IDs, but yes, what we are going to do, we'll be announcing it. If he or she is there, that is fine. Else, you can always have the recorded version, so maybe you can enjoy yourself. So here you go, just be sing.
Wonderful. So on behalf of the World Leaders Summit, World Environmental Protection Excellence Award 2020 is proudly presented to Yasbir Singh Sandhu, and he is the Managing Director of Drexel Group. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for your excellent support and love. Well, we have another great person, but somehow he is not in the Zoom, but for the sake of time, here is the next award.
So the next award, Startup Ecosystem Builder of India 2020, is proudly presented by World Leaders Summit to Sri Vinyak Nath, and it's presented for his excellent work to boost startup ecosystem in India. Huge congratulations to you, Sri Vinyak.
So for the audience, he is actually in the mentor board of Startup Award in India government, and is a very dear colleague of mine. So I sit there as a board member as well, but he is really doing amazing work. In fact, invested heavily to the startup ecosystem for the boost up. Okay, the next award goes to someone not from India. Sigur, if you are there with us in the panel, please turn on your camera.
Hello.
And
hello.
Hi, sorry for interrupting your. Sorry for interrupting your panel. I went out for a run. Didn't know I was getting an award, so sorry about that, doctors.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the World Leader Summit, we're happy to have you here, and I'm very honored to be able to award World Music Tech Excellence Award 2020 to you, Sigurður Arnason, founder of Vibe. Huge congratulations to you and much success in the future.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Thank you, Sigurður.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the next award, which is from Thailand. Due to the time, probably he is not there, but here you go. Andrea.
My pleasure to award this next award on behalf of the World Leader Summit for the World Excellence Motivational Speaker Award 2020 is proudly presented to Pointep Sri Narula. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Sincat Company Limited. A huge congratulations to you from all of us on in the World Leader Summit.
Thank you so much. So for the sake of time, as because Mr. Jack asked me for 10 minutes, this is the entrepreneurial approach. We are done within 8 minutes. So we saved 2 minutes for you. So thank you, Andrea, for all the support and love. Back to the panel. We'll have a startup award after the whole panel is over. Andrea, if you please kind enough to stay with us. After the panel, we will again announce the next awardees and industry leaders. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for the understanding. You know, when you do such kind of event in a huge scale, you have a lot of these things happen. So all negative things is for me. You can rebuke me, you can, you know, kill me, you can shoot me, put up a sniper, shoot me over here. That's okay.
Let me explain to you. I couldn't shoot. All I can do is kiss you, and I'm going to tell you why. The fact that we could be a part of making your show, this global event that has impacted on literally millions of lives this week. And I'm getting texts from around the world here that I cannot even believe are occurring. I am overwhelmed and thankful because we're having an effect. And the effect from this panel's perspective is that we're in the business of saving lives, not making money, not dominating, tyrannizing medicine, but freeing it up to simply perform the function of its purpose to save human lives, which it is failing at, and the pandemic proves it. So consequently, I kiss you. And Marty, thank you. And those guys, I can't wait for where we're going with this. Okay, now let me get rid of this. Tom, I really appreciate your patience. Tom is a globally recognized physician and medical, and he's an attorney. Yeah, would you bring it up? Thank you. Got to shift my gears back. Here's Tom Levy. Let's hit share. There's Richard Chang. Really appreciate this. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Tom is also a member of the Orthomolecular Medicine Hall of Fame. He is the author of Curing the Incurable, Vitamin C, Infectious Diseases and Toxins, and many other books. I'm going to show you, Tom's focus will be, how can I cure thee? Let me count the way. This presentation this morning will cover that topic. I want to give you a screenshot here of, oh no, wrong one, sorry. Sorry, Tom. Everybody's patience is really appreciated. Where is it? Where's the, I'll be darned. Okay, so I can't bring up the foundation.
X out. I don't know.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you guys just take your time. Technology is a bit challenging, so take your time.
Tommy, is that it?
No.
Okay, so we can't bring it up.
Wait. Go there.
Yeah.
Share.
Let's see.
Is that a browser? That's your browser. Now hit up here. You want the home page?
I want the home page. Here it is. Okay. To give you an example, I wonder if I can stop this thing. Yeah, here it is. I wonder if you can stop it. There you go. What you're looking at is the front page of the foundation, and the books you're looking at right here, and there's Dr. Levy, and in the center are the Chinese books published by Dr. Chang. Okay. When we talk about the future of medicine, we talk about returning health to humanity. I beg all of you to appreciate the fact that you are being introduced to the world's leading physicians in the field of saving human lives, especially from a coronavirus perspective, on the face of the earth. And Tom, hopefully I can get out of this. Okay, there we go. Tom, thank you very much for addressing this audience. And Phil Chobin, thank you. And all the people that have sent texts to us applauding Dr. Chang, Dr. Gonzalez. I can't wait till you hear what Dr. Tom Levy and what Dr. Peng will be bringing to you in the next 45 minutes. Thank you, Tom.
Okie doke. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, I'll try to share my screen. And, okay. There we go. What I want to briefly touch upon, although I think it's incredibly important, and not reflected by the amount of time we're taking, is that COVID is just another virus, okay? Now, early on, COVID killed more people than it's killing now. And interestingly enough, that's one thing I'd like to add to what Dr. Chang said is it's still as contagious as it ever was, whether you want to get into false positive or false negative tests. But what's present now is almost a year later, we have a ton more people in the States and around the world, largely due to the efforts of the Orthomolecular Medicine News Service, taking vitamin C, taking vitamin D, taking zinc, taking magnesium. Shortly after this pandemic started, due to the work of Dr. Andrew Saul, just about all the vitamin C disappeared off the shelves of Walmart, drugstores, vitamin shops, etc. So the fact of the matter is one thing you can't get around, in my opinion, is that this is highly contagious. That they have. It's highly contagious. Lots of people get it, but now lots of people are through with it in a few days. And that's not because the virus has mutated or anything like that. It's because there's been an enormous amount of education on vitamin C since February. And if anything, not that you want to talk about a pandemic being good in any way, but that's the silver lining of this pandemic, is it has brought vitamin C and orthomolecular medicine into a focus that it's never had before. Now, just a few quick words about a virus. It's not technically alive. It feeds off of other cells. It's basically gets into a cell and starts replicating its RNA or DNA. Also important to note that viruses are very tiny. So when you have a red blood cell, 6 to 8,000 nanometers, a virus might be 20 to 50 to even 500. So just to get a perspective of size. I'm going a little quick. There's a few more slides here. And what we're talking about here are viral transmissions from the respiratory tract. You have ways you can get a virus: blood, bodily secretions, etc., transmitted by the gut, transmitted sexually. This is basically, and this statistically is the most important part of viral transmission, is most of the significant viruses that you get that are of major impact on your health are transmitted by inhalation, by respiration. Then they colonize in the aerodigestive tract, nose, pharynx, lungs, and then propagate. Now, just a fine point, and this is the basis of why some of the drugs that came out early on were so effective. And let me say that hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine are highly effective in spite of the incredible propaganda campaign that was launched against them. And I'm not going to get into the politics of this pandemic, except to say there's no way to separate the medicine from the politics in this pandemic. And that's what we're trying to do here, is tell you there are simple, easy, multiple cures for this. And you figure out for yourself why the governments and the medical establishment per se is doing what it's doing. So you have an enzyme that helps replicate the cell's RNA, the virus's RNA and DNA inside the cell. And what's very important is intracellular zinc is vital to the activity of this enzyme. But zinc supplements by themselves don't do a lot of good because they're ionic and they don't transport well into the cell. So you have drugs and nutrients, not just drugs, that have what's called ionophore properties. This means they'll bind an ion, like zinc, and transport it into the cell. So when you have an agent that will bind and transport zinc into the cell, along with taking more zinc, you have right there a very powerful general antiviral mechanism, and not just specifically for COVID. So as I mentioned, these are hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine. There are many others that have ionophore ability, but these are the two prominent ones. And probably the best known and most effective non-prescription ionophore for zinc is quercetin, a bioflavonoid. The important concepts of virus and virus contraction, you have to remember, you can get into, I'm not even going to get into the validity of masks and stuff like that, but it all has to do with how concentrated your virus exposure is, what's the total content of the virus exposure, and then what's the inherent strength of your immune system. All three of these things are basically what determines when you're exposed to a virus, whether you contract it or not. Interesting thing on symptoms of COVID, a lot of the traditional flu-like symptoms, but very interestingly, a loss of smell, taste, and appetite. And in the Chinese population, early on, there's a lot of diarrhea and digestive-related symptoms. And this is because what do you do when you have an acute fulminant viral infection replicating in your nose, throat, and airways? You're continuing to swallow that virus, literally swallow the virus. And as you swallow the virus and the toxic byproducts that come from it, what do you get? You get diarrhea and digestive-related symptoms. And then, of course, as Dr. Chang pointed out, we have the shortness of breath, the most dire of symptoms, and a unique, somewhat unique ability of COVID to cause an incredibly greater oxidative stress called the cytokine storm than is usually seen with viral infections. And this is, early on at least, why many people died so quickly. As I mentioned before, I think a lot of people are just having much shorter courses of symptoms because they've been scared to death by this since February. They've been pouring online since February, and it's impossible to look at this and go online and not come to the conclusion that vitamin C, vitamin D, magnesium, and zinc are going to play a huge role in not only preventing this, but in minimizing its clinical impact. Now, this is not a comprehensive list, but as I mentioned, these are preventive therapies, and when you increase the degree of prevention in the therapy, then you get a treatment therapy. Vitamin C, as I mentioned, ozone. Ozone is phenomenal The only downside of ozone is access, okay? But if you're a patient with an ozone using doctor, by all means get that. Along similar lines, ultraviolet blood irradiation, and this I'm going to talk about quite a bit, hydrogen peroxide applications. Now, and this was alluded to as well. Remember that with any sort of viral infection, you rapidly consume vitamin C. So even if for the sake of argument, you didn't want to, for whatever reason, to give the patient vitamin C to treat their condition, you should still give it to them to treat the acute vitamin C depletion that this infection has caused. And believe me, it causes it all the time. Nutrition, of course, is important. So a basic overall protocol approach is what I call my multi-C protocol. That's where if you have availability, you take liposome oral, you take IV, you take a fat-soluble form called ascorbyl palmitate, anything to get vitamin C ultimately inside the cell. That's your target. Nebulization with hydrogen peroxide. This is not inhaling disinfectant. This is not Lysol. This is not bleach, but I'll get into that in a moment. Magnesium and zinc, hydration, good nutrition, and the vitamin C. Now, ultimately, you're looking to get vitamin C inside the cell. That's the target. When you have completely normal levels of vitamin C, zinc, magnesium, and calcium inside your cells, you have a healthy cell. It doesn't matter what else is going on. So that's the goal. Now, just a quick suggested regimen for prevention: vitamin C, 6 to 8 grams a day, magnesium supplementation up to 1 gram a day. And if you have it, get a hold of, it's very cheap and very common, magnesium chloride, because even though we know from Dr. Klenner's work that he was able to cure polio with IV vitamin C, guess what? Oral magnesium chloride solution by itself has really been just as effective in curing polio as well. So it's a very potent antiviral form of magnesium. Vitamin D and zinc, you initially take very high doses if you haven't been taking them, but then you come down to a maintenance dose quickly because they do have toxicity if you take too much. Any other quality supplements, and the peroxide nebulization that I'm going to talk about. So most important things in vitamin C therapy and these other things as well are dose, frequency of administration. It does you good, but not as much good if you get your blood level up at point A, but then the blood level goes down for the rest of the day and you don't have a high blood level until the next day. So frequent dosing and then the form. This was something that Dr. Gonzalez published, just a good demonstration of the fact that IV vitamin C readily cures influenza. This also was the work of Dr. Marek. IV vitamin C in fairly small doses prevents the fatality of sepsis. Zika fever, which we're all left to believe has no cure, was very easily cured again by our good Dr. Gonzalez with high dose intravenous vitamin C treatment. But you know something? I got to tell you, we have a little nomenclature problem here. I would contest, and this is not picking on Dr. Gonzalez, this is in the literature. I don't think you should say high dose intravenous vitamin C. I think you should say appropriately dosed IV vitamin C. Because in fact, when you understand the physiology of vitamin C and the needs that you have for it in the body, you need multi-gram doses on a daily basis. And when you have an infection, you need much higher doses. Ebola also has been easily cured. This was by Dr. Rowan. He went to Sierra Leone in 2016, and using ozone along with a little vitamin C, he quickly cured 4 of the native people there of their Ebola infection. So vitamin D has turned out to be extremely important as a preventive agent, massively drops mortality when you get the levels in the normal range, and massively decreases morbidity. Zinc I mentioned, quercetin I mentioned, magnesium chloride. Dexamethasone, well, really any steroid in an acute infection, when you are also giving vitamin C, guess what corticosteroids do? They increase the intracellular uptake of vitamin C. So these are two synergistic elements. And this is why, whether you're supplementing vitamin C or not, steroids have such a powerful acute effect, is whatever vitamin C they do have, they're pushing inside the cell. Same thing with budesonide when you inhale it. Now, this can, should, and I hope will, end the pandemic, okay? There are a lot of things that cure COVID. There is ozone. There is vitamin C high dose. There is a number of other therapies, but it's access and expense and involving a doctor. What do we have that can readily cure COVID or any other respiratory virus, cost inconsequential money, have access around the world, not require the prescription of a doctor, not require the administration by a doctor, and can be administered by the patient, and is absolutely non-toxic, only producing byproducts that are beneficial to your body, namely water and oxygen. And that's hydrogen peroxide nebulization. I maintain it's a foundational baseline therapy, and something we won't have time to go into. I'll also tell you that at the same time you're knocking out virus in your respiratory tract, you're healing your gut, because all the pathogens in your mouth, nose, and throat that you swallow is the primary reason for virtually all digestive disorders you have today, including leaky gut, which then impacts the rest of the body. I'm in the process of writing a book on this right now. I'll have all the literature cited. Hopefully it can help get hydrogen peroxide kick-started around the world. Now, peroxide is an all-purpose antibiotic made in the body. It's non-ionic, and contrary to popular opinion, it's not unstable. It's very stable, except in the microenvironment of transition metals. So it's small, it's produced by the body, it gets inside the cells very easily, and when you put it in the presence of iron and vitamin C, you produce hydroxyl radical and kill the pathogen very quickly. We know externally it kills all these pathogens. Well, internally it does it as well. And this is what I mentioned. Bear this in mind. How many agents of any kind, nutrient, pharmacological, prescription, not only do not produce any metabolic toxic byproducts, but produce the two most important agents to sustain health. What are those two most important agents? They're water and oxygen. That's all hydrogen peroxide leaves behind after it kills the pathogen. So effectively, it hydrates the tissue and it oxygenates the tissue, which is the best two things you can have to heal a tissue that you've just killed the pathogens in, so it could heal completely. Peroxide will release a lot of oxygen. And in many ways, the more peroxide you get in your system, the more you have oxygen immediately available for other uses. It's an oxygen storing agent. Look at this. It's naturally present in the exhaled breath. And when you have infection present, there's more of it in the exhaled breath. That means the cells that in the airways of the lungs naturally secrete hydrogen peroxide to coat the airways and prevent you from contracting the new pathogens that you inhale with every breath. So all you're doing with hydrogen peroxide nebulization, inhalation, is you're directly killing the pathogens and you're augmenting the natural response of the body trying to kill the pathogen on its own. So when you knock out the viral proliferation in the sinus, nose, throat, and airways, which you can do extremely quickly. This is not a prolonged treatment. you effectively chop the head off the viral snake. And then all that's left is for the body to mop up the virus elsewhere. And this is where vitamin C is the perfect co-treatment with hydrogen peroxide. Again, vitamin C suffers relative to peroxide from not having the cheapness and the availability and the need for a doctor in order to be given. But if you have it available and you can get it, and there's a doctor that'll give it to you, absolutely do both. Hydrogen peroxide nebulization and vitamin C intravenously. And it's impossible for you not to get better quickly. Let me just put it that way. So I mentioned this, it augments the body's natural production, delivers it where it's needed most in the lungs, non-toxic, hydrates and oxygenates. I also mentioned it impacts this abnormal colonization of bugs throughout the body, which is called chronic pathogen colonization. We all have it indefinitely after we've had a cold or flu and gotten over it, because biofilms are created that antibiotics cannot penetrate. So unless you do something to specifically knock it out, you'll have it for life. And this is what peroxide nebulization does as well. It not only gets rid of an acute viral infection like COVID, it also gets rid of the bacteria, virus, protozoa, you name it, chronic pathogen colonization that so many people have in their sinuses, nasal, oropharynx, deep in the throat and in the lungs, also the tongue, the worst source of stored pathogens there is because so few people clean their tongue. I mean, you go garden and you get your hands dirty, you wash your hands. If you don't, they stay dirty for life. Same thing with the tongue. You have a lot of embedded pathogens and foodstuffs in there. If you don't take specific measures, you're going to swallow pathogens and toxins the rest of your life and keep that constipation, diarrhea, upset stomach that you've just regarded as inevitable and normal. So nebulization, you just inhale it. So cure resolution, attack the virus already in the body, high dose vitamin C. If you have it orally, liposome encapsulated, and then the peroxide nebulization, something I've worked with a lot, a second line of defense, DMSO vitamin C, magnesium chloride nebulization. And finally, prevention. My goodness, for the longest time, I'd get on a plane and I'd be so upset because I'd end up sick by the time I got off the plane. Well, you have little tiny handheld nebulizers. You could have a vial of 3 or 4 cc's of peroxide in your carry-on. And once every hour or two, if people are coughing around you, you go inside the lavatory and nebulize for 2 or 3 minutes, and there's just no way you're going to get sick. This is what one looks like. They also have larger tabletop bottles. And so finally, this is my website, peakenergy.com. I invite questions from anybody around the world. This is the same email I've had for almost 20 years now. I don't do consultations, but I can answer questions and help direct people toward resources for more information and sometimes to specific physicians that can treat them, but I can't do any treating and I can't do any direct advising on treatment. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a lovely presentation. May I request Dr. Levy to, I'll do the needful, don't worry. Dr. Levy, could you please look at the camera so that we can take a small snap of yours? Okay. Because we're doing live tweet. I'm so sorry, I'm a bit of techie, so just speak a little words like hi and hello, Dr. Levy.
Hola, soy yo, speaking español.
Super, super, super. Thank you so much. But yes, I'll give a comment, a small comment from a very, how do I define myself? Unknowledgeable person. That's a new English. So like, if you take, so if you take a lemon in the morning, approximate 3 to 4 lemons, that consists a lot of vitamin C, probably a few bit of ginger, which consists a lot of zinc, and probably some honey, and work out well, sleep well, and eat a balanced diet. I want to ask you, Dr. Levy, before you turn off your presentation, because I wanted to ask the same to Dr. Richard, probably a couple of others, but because it's a huge panel you're doing, I'm not asking, but I can't restrain myself. Maybe you can answer me after the whole panel. Just a small question. For a human body to enhance the metabolism, enhance the normal nutrition level, and become more immune to these virus, as per my understanding, virus you cannot kill. It always stays back. It always stays back. That's my small understanding. Bacteria probably you can kill. So what is your suggestion to humankind to probably follow simple rules in life so that they don't get sick easily? But that's the answer. Probably we'll have, probably we'll have after the panel. Thank you, Richard, for the kind words. Please continue.
It's important first to understand that for the most part, the entire human population share a genetic deficiency. And that is the 4th enzyme in a 4-enzyme sequence in the liver that allows you to normally synthesize vitamin C from glucose. Most of the wild animals have that. But since we share this defect with nearly everybody, we consider the shared bad health that we have and our need for prescription medications as part of normalcy. We consider good health, feeling fine, since our symptoms have been suppressed with 4 or 5 different prescription drugs. That's not health. And the reason you don't have that is because unless you compensate for this genetic defect by supplementing large amounts of vitamin C, you're never going to reach optimal health. You can reach some degree of health. You can reach a minimal requirement of prescription drugs, but you're not going to be headache-free, chest pain-free, high energy, clear-headed, etc. Vitamin C is literally, not figuratively, the fuel on which every cell in the body runs. We all run on electrons, and vitamin C is the primary donor, not the only donor, the primary donor of electrons that keeps the whole body machine optimized and purring along. So absolutely eat a great diet, but don't delude yourself for a second that having a great diet or 60 lemons in a glass of water is going to give you the vitamin C that you need.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Today, food is no longer filled with nutrition. Today, the corporations that produce the medicines, the pharmaceuticals, are no different than the corporations that grow the food you're eating. Okay. And oh, by the way, it rains, wind blows, water flows. So it's all being merged together into a cesspool that harms human dignity and life and its quality of health. You've just had a miracle take place. And anybody that tells you eat lemons, excuse me, supplement or forget it. Okay. Dr. Peng is here. And Greg Kuhn.
Yeah, Jack, let me add one sentence. I mentioned that. Actually, that takes what we call integrative medicine or integrative molecular medicine. Actually, I'm going to give a 2-hour talk on Tuesday at the Silicon Valley Health Institute. Anybody interested can check on svhi.com. And Tuesday, 10 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time, Wednesday, U.S. 10. I'll talk in detail how we can prevent from these chronic disease and acute diseases.
Doc, get me the contact information. And I had it, but it's been a hectic week. You send me the information on the Silicon Valley deal, and I'll get it out. It'll get out to about 500,000 people.
I just sent in the
500,000 people, no problem.
I just sent in the notes here.
He just put it in the chat so everybody across the earth can see it now.
I don't want to take up time with Dr. Peng.
Okay,
well, let's welcome as Jack. I'm doing a Dr. Peng, our hero.
Our hero. Now, let me tell you guys something. Dr. Peng also studies in America. Dr. Peng.
He's got to turn on his camera.
Where's his camera? How do you?
He's coming on.
Is that him? Is that Peng? There he is, Dr. Peng.
Hello. Yeah, hello.
You need light. We need light.
Yeah, because now I'm in the car. Airport, from airport to the hotel. So probably because it's in the evening for me.
没问题，没问题，漂亮，漂亮。
So
Okay.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's okay. So I will. It's my great honor to share my experience for high dose vitamin C treatment for the COVID-19 patients.
Clinical trials.
Yeah, clinical trials. Okay.
Hey, Dr. Pong, done. Doimja. Okay, hold on. I want to introduce you so people understand this. How do I get back to him? There he is. Done.
Okay.
Well, I need Doc. Hold on. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, share.
No, you just stop the share.
Oh, geez.
Share screen.
Hold on, guys. Forgive me. Because I'm so excited to see Greg Coonan there, Richard Coonan's son.
Right now, hit share.
That I'm my heart's pumping. Okay. You guys are seeing a very artistic view of Dr. Pong, okay, MD, PhD. He's the director of the world's first randomized high-dose intravenous vitamin C clinical trial. And I don't know that he would be working with an American foundation known as the Future of Medicine unless I spent 23 years living and building a new economy and pioneering to establish the number 2 economy on earth, China, since 1985. It's 35 years of dedication of taking one of the poorest countries in the world, suffering literally 100 years of humiliation and famine. And my mother made sure we prayed for China every morning since I was 6 years old at breakfast. And so today, the miracle of my family prayer and the families around the world that understood what China was suffering, really, I can tell you, is a saving grace to the ends of delivering an ideal to humanity through Dr. Pong in Wuhan, China. Now imagine that the coronavirus supposedly, comes out of Wuhan, okay? So if Chinese culture is correct, the yin and yang, the dynamic of the culture, the world, heaven, the universe would insist that if the pandemic was delivered out of Wuhan, then the solution to the problem would be delivered out of Wuhan. Most people in the world can't figure that out. Why? They're not educated or culturally sophisticated to appreciate that. But I can tell you one thing, in India, they surely are. And across Eastern Europe, they surely are. Okay. And that's our largest audience here today. So Dr. Peng is going to discuss insights into the first clinical trial and the reason for the foundation. Very important you hear this. I beg you to hear this. The reason for the foundation is to underwrite the final 300 clinical trials necessary with the vitamin C application, which Dr. Teng is going to share with you. So get into the website, thefutureofmedicine.org, thefutureofmedicinefoundation.org, and appreciate that our entire focus is the clinical trials that will deliver the future of medicine and healing your families, your grandparents, your children, and yourselves. Dr. Pong?
Hello.
Here we go.
Yeah. So first, thank you, Jack, for your introduction. Thank you for inviting me to share my experience with you. So today, I will talk about the high dose vitamin C used in the COVID-19 patients. So can you see the?
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes, we see everything.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So first, I will briefly talk about the general features of the COVID-19 patient. So this is our first report in our COVID-19 patient, published in the JAMA, and you can see almost all the patients were middle-aged or elderly patients, and all complicated with the comorbidities such as the hypertension, diabetes. And for the critical illness patients in the ICU, they were relatively older and with much more comorbidities. And the most common symptoms for the COVID-19 patients is the fever, fatigue, cough, myalgia, and dyspnea. And about 10% of the patients presented initially with the untypical symptoms such as diarrhea, abdominal pain. And this is the critical process for the COVID-19 patients. The timing from the first symptom to dyspnea around 5 days, to the hospital admission around 7 days, to the ARDS around 9 days or around 8 days. So this is a typical lab test for the COVID-19 patients. All the patients had lymphopenia and elevated LDH. This is a typical chest CT for the COVID-19 patients. You can see the typical ground glass opacity in the patients. And this is the features of the patient in the ICU. You can see actually the aptitude score and SOFA score were not so high compared to other critical illness patients. However, the people ratio, the oxygen index is quite low, means most of the patients had severe ARDS. So this is about the patients in the ICU. Except the ARDS, they also complicated with the cardiac injury and acute head injury. So around half of the patients in the ICU requiring intubation, and some of them switched to ECMO. So this is about the pathophysiology of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. They also the main target for the virus is the epithelial cell and the endothelial cells. Epithelial cells injured where the ARDS, and the endothelial cell was injured and we are induced we are induced the platelet activation, and we are induced the microvascular embolisms, and also we are induced the inflammatory response and induced the multiple organ failure, such as the heart injury, the lung, the kidney injury, and the liver injury. So for the severe patients, some patients complicated with the cytokine storm and then induce the multiple organ failure, such as the liver and cardiac and the renal failure. So next, I will briefly talk about the effects of vitamin C in the critical illness patients. So actually, in the early 1990s, and some trials did in the South Korea soldiers, and they used to compare the oral vitamin C with the placebo, and to see how the oral vitamin C can prevent cold for the soldiers, and they found they can decrease almost 20% of the instance of the cold in the soldiers with oral vitamin C. And also the lot of study about the oral vitamin C reduces the duration of the cold and the symptoms of the cold. This is all from the published trials, either in the adults or in the child. And also for the high dose vitamin C, what means high dose vitamin C? It is they use around 6 grams per day, and there are also a lot of study about the high dose vitamin C used for the prevention of the cold, and also this shows the beneficial effects. And also they also concerned about the potential side effects of the high dose vitamin C, and actually they have no such significant side effects for the high dose vitamin C. Occasionally they have the renal disorders such as the renal stones happen there with the high dose vitamin C. Of course, we should check the GDPD. If the GDPD deficiency, we couldn't use the high dose vitamin C for the patients. And also, if the patients have the hemochromatosis, and also we won't use the vitamin C for the patients. And also, they compare the different dosage of the vitamin C on the safety issue, and they also use the high dose is used 1 gram per gram. This is a very high dosage for the patients, and also even such a high dose vitamin C, they didn't find any significant side effects in the patients. And also for why the vitamin C can prevent cold, can decrease the duration of the cold, because the vitamin C was shown they can kill the viruses, because the hydrogen peroxide production from the vitamin C can kill the virus. So this is the main effects, and also they can have the immunomodulation effects, such as the increase the neutrophil phagocytosis and the chemotaxis, and also can increase the macrophage migration, affect the production of the interferon, and also enhance the T cell function, enhance the NK cell function. So this is all the for the why the vitamin C can prevent the cold, can prevent pneumonia, and also because for the patients with ARDS, they also complicated with the increased oxidative stress, and also with the cytokine storm. And the vitamin C vitamin C have the anti-oxidative effects, so can treat the ARDS using with the anti-oxidative effects, and also can reduce the cytokine level, so can improve the symptoms of the ARDS. And also for the critical ill patients, the vitamin C deficiency occurred in such of the patients. Because a lot of study shows such as the shock, such as the sepsis, such as the very severe patients, the vitamin C deficiency always occurred. And also, the lot study shows the high dose vitamin C prevent and improve the pneumonia. So this is from the trials published in the journals. And also the vitamin C was shown to shorten the timing of the mechanical ventilation. So this is the meta-analysis from the published trials, which shows the vitamin C can reduce the duration of the mechanical ventilation. So this is from the published trials. And also high dose vitamin C prevent multiple organ failure from the study in the 2014. And also the high dose vitamin C reduce the ARDS mortality from the published trials. So they have different studies. The early study published in the 1989. The recent study published in the 2016. All shows that vitamin C can the vitamin C combined with the thiamine, combined with the zinc, can reduce the mortality of the ARDS patients. And this is the large trials, which is called Citrus Ali trials. It's the multi-center trial just published 2 years ago. Shows the high dose vitamin C can reduce the mortality in the sepsis and ARDS. Almost around can reduce about 35% mortality compared to the placebo, the control group, and also can reduce the duration of the mechanical ventilation for the ARDS patients. So how about the high dose vitamin C for the COVID-19? So actually in the early time of the COVID-19, we tried the high dose vitamin C for our patients, and so this is the why we use the high dose vitamin C for our trials. Actually, another hospital in Shanghai, they also use the vitamin C for the COVID-19 patients. So next, I will briefly talk about our trials of the high dose vitamin C using in the COVID-19 patients. So this is our inclusion criteria. If the patient's P cholesterol less than 300, and we will include the patients. And this is the protocol for our study. We use the 12-gram vitamin C diluted in the saline and put in the syringe pump, controlled, infused within 6 hours, and every 20 hours so total dosage we use the 24-gram vitamin C per day, and for total 7 days. So this is our protocol for high dose vitamin C trials. And this is the flow chart. So first we screw 119 patients, but finally we only take about 54 patients, and one group, the high dose vitamin C group, is only 26, and the placebo is the 28 group. So because there's no new cases available for our trials, we have to stop earlier for the trials. So this is only 54 patients finished the trials. So this is the basic symbols. That's the baseline figures for the patients. You can see the demography data, no differences between the vitamin C group and the placebo group. And this is also for the other treatment, for other symptoms like the temperature and the vital signs. Actually, no significant differences between two groups during the day of the randomization. And actually, there's no differences in comorbidities and medicine and other treatment between the two groups. So, such as for the corticosteroid treatment, for the antivirus treatment, there's no differences between two groups. So this is the result for the patients. So if you can see the oxygenation index, so the vitamin C group, the P ratio increased, while the placebo group, the P ratio still going down. So this is in the 7 days of the treatment, the P ratio is the significant differences between the two groups. And also you can see the IL-6 level, also the vitamin C group, the IL-6 level going down our treatment, while the placebo group still going up. So there's the significant differences in 7 days of the treatment between the two groups. And also you can see the total bilirubin level, electric bilirubin level, the the high dose vitamin C group improved the bilirubin level after treatment. So they have significant differences in 7 days of the treatment between groups. The most important thing is about the mortality. This is a 28 days mortality in these 2 groups. So you can see the mortality for the placebo groups is almost 40%, almost 35%. However, the high dose vitamin C group is around 20%. So because the sample size is too small, so just low significant differences between the 2 groups. But we have the subgroup analysis. If we compare the more severe patients, means it's if the SOMA score more than 3, and then we can find the significant differences between the 2 groups. So actually, you can see the almost 10% differences mortality between the 2 groups with the treatment. So actually, for the high dose vitamin C, we have the recommendation in Shanghai and in Guangdong province during the COVID-19 pandemic in China. And also the other societies, such as the European Society, they also endorse the vitamin C treatment for the patients. So in summary, so I mean the COVID-19 patients is always complicated with the pneumonia, ARDS, sepsis, and the multiple organ failure, and also the patients the severe patients also complicated with the cytokine storm and increased oxidative stress. And high dose vitamin C can improve the immune function, improve the oxidative stress, and also can improve the inflammatory response, and finally can translate the effect of the improving the oxidation index, and probably will improve the mortality in the COVID-19 patients. However, because our trial stopped earlier due to lack of the new cases available, but however, we have shown some potential beneficial of the high dose vitamin C for our COVID-19 patients. I do hope the large clinical trials can be done in other areas to approve our discovery, to repeat our discovery, and also can make contribution to our patients, our COVID-19 patients. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Yeah, Dr. Peng, hold on with me here.
Yeah.
You just did, it's the first time you did that in the meetings that we've had and the clinics and seminars and what have you. Dr. Peng has brought to your attention in absolute terms that the clinical trials he's delivered, and keep in mind, they have also performed a multi-center clinical trial in China, not just a Wuhan clinical trial, okay? Now, so Dr. Peng's got, and both were filed. One was filed with the National Institute of Health, United States. The other one was filed with the British Medical Journal. This doesn't get any higher level on earth, okay? What we need the viewers and listeners to do is to go to the website and appreciate this. If we can produce 300, if we can produce 300 more particular cases, can you mute Dr. Peng?
Yes, I can move. Yes.
If we can produce 300 more patient clinical trial supplements with the Dr. Peng program, and keep in mind we have we have a total of 4 clinical trials with vitamin C going on in China, 2 with Dr. Mao in Shanghai. Quite serious applications, very successful. And Dr. Chang has just spent 1 year there, carrying the logic of intravenous vitamin C to deal with the pandemic into hospitals all over China. Dr. Cheng, I bow to you. God bless you, Richard. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, help me bring this up, Lorinda.
Share screen.
Share screen. I beg all of you to,
Dr. Peng has.
what do I do?
Just click yes.
Yes. Where is it? There it is. Where is it? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. Now, audience members, Rajit, I got to bring this down, right? How do you do it? There it is. There it is. I beg everyone watching this program to take a screenshot of this particular foundation page here, okay? What I'm introducing to you is the International Society of Orthomolecular Medicine. These are the doctors around the world today that grew out of the 1945 experience of intravenous vitamin C curing polio. If you do the research on curing polio with or intravenous vitamin C in 1945, and you see the Salk vaccine in 1954, and you get to the true research that they've covered up, thousands of children were harmed and or died, okay? The end of the story is this: vaccines don't cure the symptom. They prevent it. People with the symptom, they need nutrition. In the case of viruses and pneumonias, to heal, to be healed. Okay. Orthomolecular medicine, the International Society of Orthomolecular Medicine, is a wonderful place for you all to visit. Okay. And in the future, we will be marketing this particular group, which represents the essence and foundations of nutrition-based medicine, to the world. Below is the Orthomolecular Medicine News Service, which Tom brought up, Dr. Andrew Saul. Okay, Dr. Yana Jisawa of Tokyo is the present president of the International Society of Orthomolecular Medicine. Okay, ISOM is the International Society. Dr. Yasama is also the president of the Japanese Society of Orthomolecular Medicine. It's global, and we have to educate people of its existence, and that's my job. Okay, Orthomolecular Medicine News Service releases the journals. That library and that history will blow your mind. I hope with the help of our friend here, a very dynamic contributor whose father is literally a founder of orthomolecular medicine, Gregory Koonin. What the world needs is a video, a film about the story of the birth of orthomolecular medicine, nutrition-based medicine, and what these men did in the 40s to this day. It's the most exciting type of movie in modern terms. And Greg Koonin is sitting with the most amazing content. Okay, so India, join us. You've got the only place on earth, Bollywood, that competes with Hollywood. Okay, so we might need to work with you to get the film done on the birth of nutrition-based medicine. Okay, and keep in mind, we're only talking about guys that have earned what, 3, 4 Nobel Prizes. I mean, there's nothing shallow about this. It's world class in every way. Okay, so I hope you got the screenshot. If you didn't, I'm sure we'll find a way to get it to you by, thefutureofmedicine.org. Okay.
Foundation.
The Future of Medicine Foundation.org. Okay. In about 3 weeks, we're going to be letting Arijit know, and you're all going to be invited to the Dr. Diane Hamilton, first time ever, 3 one-hour series, the Future of Medicine series. Okay. And that'll happen after the new year. Okay.
Jack, there's a very simple explanation to this situation. It's basically that the immune system is one of our most complex systems. So it needs a lot of metabolic pathways. It needs a lot of enzymes. And those enzymes need the cofactors, which are the vitamins and minerals. So if you really want to improve or optimize your immune system, you have to open this communication lines. And the only way of opening that is with vitamins and minerals.
You got it. You've got it. Supplement I wish Dr. McKee could be on with Life Plus. Life Plus is a company that has just now broken $500 million in sales. The nutrition there is spectacular. I'd like to bring Greg. Can we bring Greg on? Greg, Arijit, I don't know if we can bring Greg Cunin on. He's, if it's possible.
In the attendee list, then.
There he is, you got him. Hey, Greg, listen, these guys have been really kind to us, okay? And I beg you to do me a favor, 5 minutes max, okay? Because you have a lot to talk about, and we'll do it at the Diana Hamilton program. But give us a background on your dad. We can't hear you. You gotta.
Is that working now?
Yeah, could you hear me?
All right, aloha everybody. You know, I have to say it's inspiring that we are having a discussion about the word orthomolecular, because what's shocking is the fact that after almost 60 years or so, that the word is not a household word. And of course, I was very fortunate because I had a front row seat. I had a front row seat to be able to watch the orthomolecular movement really grow. I was fortunate, you know, my father was the first orthomolecular doctor in the United States. And in 1967, he had been very influenced by Linus Pauling's work. And it's interesting when you mention Nobel Prizes, let's not forget that the word orthomolecular comes from the late, great Linus Pauling, who did not get one Nobel Prize, but actually got two. And what the world doesn't realize is that he should have had three. And that the Nobel Prize that Crick and Watson got was really based on Linus Pauling's work and the material that he provided.
We have one hell of a movie here, my brother. And
of course,
I can see that.
You got the Indians. Oh my God. We're about to have an impact globally. India, America, Cleveland, Ohio, the rock and roll capital of the world, and San Francisco. Oh my God.
All
well, and let me say,
a little help from Romania. Phil Jobin and those guys are doing telehealth on steroids.
Well,
top 20.
I'll say two things. Number one,
you got me nuts.
Don't forget Puerto Rico. History does not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. And if we go back a little bit in time, around the 12th century, Maimonides, of course, made the famous quote that no disease that can be treated by nutrition should be treated by anything else. So, you know, here it is, 1967. My father comes out of the conventional medical world at University of Minnesota and Cornell, New York Medical Hospital, working with seriously damaged psychiatric patients. And of course, by 1967, he was so impressed with the concept of Linus Pauling's thoughts that he realized, you know, he had an epiphany, and that was he was willing to ask one question that was considered medical heresy, and that was very simply, is my patient malnourished? So long story short, he got some blood, he sent these patients' blood to the lab, and what did he find out? Would you be surprised to learn that sick patients are malnourished? If I can leave you with just one thing, understand that what my father did was really strategize and develop the strategy of what orthomolecular medicine is. And it's really based on an understanding of diagnostic testing that we group together with the understanding of nutrition, pollution, and stress. Are you malnourished? Are you toxic? And of course, the real focus, which I think is what really pertinent to what you're discussing now with regards to COVID, the stress factors, which are really your vulnerabilities. Hormone stress, blood coagulation stress, and of course, there's a relationship between hypercoagulation and COVID. And lastly, our major focus for the last 30 years has been genomic methylation. And I'm not just talking gene testing, I'm talking about the underlying mechanism that is methylation, that really is, how is your body responding to your mutations? Because Jack, I hate to tell you this, you and I and all the rest of the people watching this, we are all mutants. We all have mutations. And what we've done,
you got to touch on National Health Federation before
I am with the National Health Federation. That's true. And of course, if people want to learn more about methylation, if they want to learn more about orthomolecular and the history of my dad's work with manganese therapy and treating tardive dyskinesia, niacin, and schizophrenia, our work with carbohydrates, all of that is at our website at drinkyourvitamins.com.
Right.
We have an incredible product that supports methylation from start to finish. And we're happy to answer people's questions and to direct people, because we have a lot of resources on our website. But ultimately, understand the orthomolecular physician is treating you as a whole person. And unlike the conventional toximolecular world, we're actually working with a much more complete picture of what your individual biochemistry is all about. That's what's being said here. And that's what's so powerful. So I encourage everybody, learn a little bit more about orthomolecular, go to our website at drinkyourvitamins.com, and you will be empowered and be able to take control of your health. I believe truly that orthomolecular has the ability to solve the health crisis, not just in America, but around the world.
Bravo. I can't thank you enough for showing up, Greg.
Well, sorry I was late.
Yeah, well, no. You're in San Francisco. You guys are all crazy down there, okay? And everybody knows it, okay?
That's true.
The whole world knows San Francisco is one heck of a place, okay? So to the viewing audience and listening audience, everyone that has taken part in this particular major first event of the coming out of the Future of Medicine Foundation are all members of the Board of Advisors and our Board of Directors of the Foundation, okay?
Super.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, but I dot the I and cross the T. If we agreed on the phone, we're gonna do, okay, so you're there already in heart and spirit. Then we'll get the words written on the page as well this week, okay? I thank you, Arijit and Andrea. I think your award ceremony was really cool, and it made me a little frustrated. I feel just a little sad that we probably made it rushed a little bit, but receiving the award is the key. Martin Mangello and what you've done, Martin Mangello and what you've done on behalf of ITM over the years as the Presidential Service Center and the museum and the inn in Carolinas is like, it's like, ladies and gentlemen, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the chef. He's mixing up the...
Thank you so much, Jack. And I just would like to say that everything the doctors have said today, I often say as a White House chef, myself, one of the most important things in life is for chefs to also be farmers, farm to table. And this is what so many of the doctors have said today. Thank you.
I wish Antoine Thomas, is he on? Does anyone see Antoine?
Antoine is on. He is watching, Jack, and I hope you got a lot of laughter last night watching me outside with the chickens as a chicken. I showed you my recipe for my private recipe for chicken food.
Healthy chickens on the farm in Carolina. Okay. Antoine Thomas is the Strategic Alliance, the ITM Legion Inc. Strategic Alliance out of Washington, D.C. He's like Dr. Cheng. Antoine and Dr. Cheng, the crossover doctor, the Chinese, global, United States crossover doctor, right? Dr. Cheng spent, I don't know how long, quite a long time with the United States military. Antoine is dealing on the highest level with our military affairs in Washington, D.C. And I'm a military veteran, okay? So at the end of the day, and Martin is the epicenter of military veteran affairs, okay? And so the function of delivering the future of medicine is complex, okay? So we have a for-profit company, the Future of Medicine, Inc., which we're focusing more on the nonprofit today than the for-profit, one step at a time, okay? I'm also dealing with a very dynamic global cross-cultural exchange called the First Dragon. China is the first dragon. And we're trying to share this culture with communities around the world so they can understand the people of China. And in relationship to communism, it's very important for me to share this with you because single-handedly, my brothers and I, Ambassador Congressman Funderburk and the diaspora, ended communism in Romania on my family name day, Christmas Day, 1989. Google it, okay? But at the end of the day, there's a time and a place for everything. And if you knew China like I knew China when I entered it in 1985 and built a nation contributing as a pioneer and was embraced and loved by its people and its government, I can tell you this, there is a time and a place for everything. And what the Communist Party has done to feed its people and build a nation is absolutely spectacular in China. How it's dealing globally may not be perceived even correct by me, but that's a learning curve coming out of a nation that suffered and starved for a few hundred years. What would you do with a little power if you hadn't had any as the most populated nation on earth next to India? You wouldn't do anything different. So as we pray, as we learn to forgive, as we learn to lead, because America is the country that has led a globe into a refinement of economic expansion, never before seen in the history of the world. The sharing of education, the sharing of science, the freedoms that deliver religion and culture and cross-cultural exchange. I want to close with this. I kiss Arijit, I kiss Andrea, and I kiss what you've done, because Davos is about billionaires having meetings to protect their billionaire interests. World Leaders Summit is about global entrepreneurs. And if you know what I know about small businesses and the entrepreneurs that make the world happen, they lead the economic growth in the world. Davos does not. Take that to the bank. And if you don't believe it, study. You'll end up where I am with that knowledge. The saving grace of what you people are delivering is that we are educating. That's all America's ever done. That's all India's ever done. The 200-year occupation by England produced a dynamic nation. Look about the horrific occupation in China, which damaged it. The whole reality of those two nations combined by that border represent the ebb and flow of luck, fortune, in strange circumstances that produce end results that are feeding people, okay? Soon China will be a global leader in feeding people with the United States, okay? And India is growing into its position. I would not doubt that the future of world economy will be complemented by India becoming the next #2 economy after China. God bless everybody on this forum. Get ready. We're getting ready for Diana Hamilton, and that's going to be 3 days of unbelievable life-saving information from the Future of Medicine Foundation. Thank you, Rajit. God bless you, Dr. Peng. Wa'aini, Dr. Peng. Dr. Cheng, wa'aini. Hey, Tom, if you're there, I don't know how to thank you, Tom. Everything you do is brilliant, along with everyone else here. So Dr. Gonzalez is the one that kicked us all off. Thank you, Doc. And thank you.
Hello, Jack.
I need a small favor from all of you, doctors. Dr. Fan, Lauren Xu, and Dr. Richard Chan, could you please turn on your videos so that we can have all panel picture in one frame?
Yes.
Could you please?
Can we turn on everything?
Dr. Fang, we need a light in your face. It's total.
Okay.
No light, Dr. Fan.
Yeah.
Can we call Tom?
I will.
Let me call Tom right away if he's not there. Tom, are you there?
Oh, this is better.
Super.
Is Tom there? Okay, hold on. Let me get Tom. I got to get Tom on. Maybe we can do that. Oh,
yes, please.
Dr. Peng, you look so handsome.
Oh,
thank you. That's the sweater. That's the sweater I sent you on Christmas. Dr. Tom, can you get back?
Martin, I want to ask you, do you do ketogenic diet cooking? And one day I'd like to come to TC
Dr.
and
Tom, can you get on
enjoy
somehow?
some fine cooking you do.
I want a picture, especially with you. What you did was spectacular. Phones are off the line everywhere. Okay, I think we're not going to be able to get Dr. Tom back. I'm going to level with you.
You want me to call him?
I'm 74 years old. I've been dealing with global business and doctors and science. This is 50 years, okay? At the end of the day, I'm going to tell you something. I have never met a more serious, more focused scientist and lawyer in my life.
Would you be able to go back online to do a group
Thomas
photo?
Levy. Okay, there's only one other guy, Dr. Tang Jing Lung, who has the strategic alliance with ITM in Beijing. Dr. Tang Jing Lung is the developer with ITM. 1992, we established the Shanghai Stock Exchange with Dr. Guo and Dr. Hua. Now, this, you wanna set fire to a country with a lot of Chinese in it who love to gamble? Open up a stock exchange, and you're just going to see magic happen. Okay, so at the end of the day, Dr. Tang Jing Lung is very dedicated to what we're doing and watching everything we're doing. He took 350 companies public in China, 1,000 new millionaire billionaires. Fact of life. If you go to the ITM website, you'll ITM Limited, you'll learn more. Okay, but Pong, God bless you, and Dr. Chang, I would love you because you've led me and guided us all so well this last year. Would you please close this meeting for us?
Oh, well, thank you. That's an honor, Jack and Arijit and Martin and all. Gonzalez and Michael, thank you very much for being a mentor. Well, I really appreciate it, and I think this is, well, let me put it this way. I think you know, COVID-19 is a major tragedy, but in Chinese language, it means there's two characters for this. 危机, that means danger and also opportunity. So I think something good out of this badness is that the world is finally recognizing not only the orthomolecular medicine approach to health, but also we begin to see the problems in today's healthcare and medicine. We're not here to say that today's healthcare and medicine is bad. What we're saying is that there are problems that we have to face and recognize the shortcomings of today's medicine and open our minds to other possibilities. Think out of the box. That's the key. Let's work together, save lives. And lastly, and I'm going to talk more on Tuesday, is that COVID-19 is bad. We're in the middle of it. But I'm telling you, this is not the last one. Epidemics and pandemics, you know, surprisingly are on the rise. We will have more and more in the future. I'm telling you, if we don't learn something out of the COVID, next time I'm guaranteeing you is that if something happens again, we will panic again. This whole thing will repeat again. So hopefully out of this, next time something like this happens, we'll start vitamin C, D, zinc, and hydrogen peroxide, all these other available tools to us while we continue to research and study for specific vaccines or drugs. I'm not against that, but we've been waiting for a year and we still don't have vaccine yet, although it's coming, not yet. All right, thank you very much all.
Thank you, doctor. And you know, let me just put a little dot the I at what he just said. China took American know-how, 75 years old, applied it in Wuhan, the origin of the virus, to defeat the virus like a spider going through China. Its tentacles, it's going in from Wuhan into the entire nation and has saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Now we have to carry it into India, into the United States, into Eastern Europe, South America. Because if we don't, everything Dr. Chang just said, it's coming true. And if we just get a little prepared with a little nutrition, not one pandemic can ever occur like this again. And fear is what's driving you, and fear is ignorance in action. And there's nothing more frightening than ignorance in action. Thank you very much, Rajit. God bless you. Marty, I'm going to call you up and kiss you and your chicken. Okay.
Okay, so respected doctors and Mr. Jack, and of course our dear friend Marty, we have a small ceremony, very small award to give to two startups. Earlier, it was industry award for their own work and whatever they have done. And our jury members are here. I can see Andra, she's live. I can see Abdul. He is also there with us. Probably he's probably muted. So I'll ask Andrea to announce the next award for the startup whose name is Tutti Frutti. What I'm going to do, they're into gaming. I can see they're twins, by the way. So I can see Bijish is already there. So I'm pulling you up as a panelist, Bijish, just for a couple of minutes. So tell the world what you guys do and why you are here. Bijish, you are there in the panel. Could you please turn on your mic? Are you there? Can you please turn on your mic? Bijish G. Habib.
This is the biggest milestone in company's growth map. I'm indebted to you all for the kind of support and care you gave to our team Tutti Frutti. The credit goes to the team Tutti Frutti.
Thank you so much. Andrea, could you please formally announce the award to the startup, please?
Absolutely. It's my great pleasure in the presence of this wonderful panelists today to present you with the award on behalf of World Leader Summit, World Game Development Excellence Award 2020, presented to Bijish Habib and Ajish Habib, co-founders of Tutti Frutti.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Andrea. You are a dear darling. Thank you so much. A great friend, like have been helping us for so many times. Okay, I can see another startup, Pushpak. I'm going to promote you as a panelist. Pushpak, could you please turn on your mic and tell us what you do? Pushpak was not present last day. So Pushpak, over to you. Could you please kindly turn on your mic?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hi, Arijit. Good morning. Good morning to the respected panelists. Thank you very much, Arijit, and the judges over here. So we have developed a platform called NextMeet, where we enable people to communicate and collaborate as avatars in a virtual environment. So they get to, choose environments like conference halls, meeting rooms, classrooms, play areas, breakout areas, and they can speak to their colleagues, form groups, have private sessions, and pull up some screens to share information. So basically we are adding a layer of interactivity while they communicate. So this is all what we do at NextMeet. Thank you, Arijit, for selecting us.
It's not done by us, it's done by Andrea and a couple of other jury members. I'm just a small catalyst. I'm nothing.
Andrea and the jury members for shortlisting and giving us the honor.
Andrea, over to you, ma'am.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jack. So I look forward to seeing you all as avatars in the virtual environment.
This is just the beginning. I think it's going to blow up.
Digital twins.
World Leaders Summit is going to blow up. If I'm involved, I can tell you.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed with the innovation of all the startups that we've been seeing in the past week. And I think, although, as you said, COVID is a negative, there's also a lot of positives that have come out of COVID. And that's, having to see innovative startups like this solving global problems. So big congratulations to you on the award.
So thank you so much. Stay tuned with us. We are not done yet. Like, this is the day end, but it's open for Mr. Jack and other panelists. If you really want to share some more information, we'll be more than happy to host you. This is a complete for the world, but for the audience who are actually watching us in various different media. By the by, we are flooded with questions in social media. I'm not taking it up because it's gonna take a lot of time, to be very honest. But yes, we'll be coming up with exciting summit on December 14th, 15th, and 16th. 3 more days left for World Leaders Summit to finish off, or rather on December 16th is the new beginning of World Leaders Summit 2021. Not only that, we'll be having a complete discussion to have a very closed door, sector specific, industry specific meetup for business and to do good for the world. I'm blessed and honored to have all of you with us. Thank you, Marty, for becoming, superhero, becoming Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern in the Justice League. And
yes, the Green Lantern Corps. And thank you so much, honestly, to all the sponsors who have put money up for this. We must always remember the sponsors. The list is too long, and the doctors who have devoted their lives. Yi Sheng, to all of the doctors, thank you to all the doctors for their research and their lives devoted to medicine.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you, Marty. On behalf of all of them, we are truly blessed. And Marty, you've blessed us all, because I know absolutely we wouldn't be here unless you were actively directing my work for the last 15 years.
Well, Jack, I mean, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Arijit and the World Leaders Summit and Andrea and what we call the League of Justice, and all of us, from Batman to the Green Lantern Corps, and even Robin is involved. We have our own League of Justice who is trying to bring things like this to the forefront across the earth. And with Arijit's mind, this year alone, we are lucky to have over 90 countries speaking and 120 speakers across the earth with this technology. So we feel very blessed.
I'm looking forward to Chinese corporate sponsorship of not just what we're doing with the Future of Medicine Foundation, but also with Arijit's World Leader Summit.
It's not my World Leader Summit, I differ. It's all of your World Leader Summit.
I get it, but we got a leader. Well, we got an Indian leader, and he's fantastic. So let us polish that smile a little bit. Let us really put it together for that guy, okay? And we're going to work with you, Arijit, because you've shared your life and time and energy with us, and what goes around comes around. As the term in 1970 we they used to say you reap what you sow, and my life in 1970 was the establishment of the first commercially successful FM radio station on earth. Now imagine that. And we had the corrupt corporate and a very corrupt government that had AM radio controlling all the information that people got. It's very similar to what's happening today. Okay, so we broke that with a cultural revolution. And how did we do it? We did it using something like COVID-19, man's inhumanity to man. The river in my city, the Cuyahoga River, a major river, caught fire, now get ready, 17 times since 1854. In 1970, it caught fire 3 times. I swam in 1968 in Lake Erie, and I came out with infections. All the fish were dead. The environment was dying. Man's inhumanity to man was literally destroying the earth. And when we started the FM radio station, Greg, you might remember KSFX in San Francisco, who joined with us. Okay, let me tell you what they did. We produced the environmental movement. We established Earth Day, and millions of people got together and said, we have no more time to permit this. And they became advocates. American people and European people and Middle Eastern people and India, the whole world came together to care for the earth, and we established Earth Day. In 1970, the President of the United States, and never before could such a thing occur in its history, and that in December, the Environmental Protection Agency was established. Okay. If you look at the last time something like that occurred, where man's inhumanity was attacked by American corporations and the average consumer in advocacy, writing checks, voting, and promoting awareness, okay? 1887, they established the Animal Protection League in New York City. because of the horror mankind was inflicting on animals. Can you imagine what it was like in 1870? And I thought to myself, how horrible was mankind's influence on mankind in 1870? It was really horrible. But they focused on animals. 100 years later, we focus on the environment. Well, here we are 50 years later, 2020. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everybody here. I'm going to tell you why. This is the first time in history man's inhumanity of man is being focused on by man, and we have the tools to enhance the human condition, to deliver an ideal grace, to sustain life with quality. And that's our job, and that's what we're going to do.
That's another grassroots movement.
Yeah, Jack, I wanted to mention there's a lot of questions from around the world. So
let's answer questions.
Yes.
Arijit is going to showcase the many questions because we are streaming worldwide on IBM television.
Let's go. This is great.
Facebook and YouTube.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
Okay. So
can I add one more sentence? I really appreciate Jack's effort, and I know this very well. You know, Jack and I have been going on for more than 6 months. You know what? We've been actually oftentimes more than
a year
yelling into the phones, you know. And I really appreciate Jack's passion, enthusiasm, and energy into this. And finally, you know, he's putting together. And
74 years old.
I'm 74. He's lying. He's not 74.
I'm a young guy who's been doing nutrition for 50 years.
It's all the vitamin C, I think.
8 children. 8 children.
Jack, you need to listen to me on Tuesday. Why? Because the first part of my talk is how to live to 120 years young.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
74 is young. Okay?
Hey, listen, Doc. The only prayer I make,
I'm a specialist in anti-aging medicine. Don't forget that.
Right, it's coming. The only prayer I make every day is that I would that my children would outlive me, that I will see them thrive in the world as I depart the world. And if I think about it, I'll cry because I'm a funeral director's son. And what I started to do at 13 years old with my father was read the coroner reports. And I found people dying for no reason. It made me crazy to this minute. Now my family's in Romania. Telehealth, you guys in China, my life in China, 23 years. We have every tool to succeed. And everybody watching this show, you have the opportunity to work with us, help us, guide us. The ambassador program in the Future of Medicine Foundation to represent in your city, in your country, in your county, whatever. Get to us, let us know. We want to sign you up and we want to get the machine moving. Return health to humanity machine. That's consumers, and the corporations will follow us. When consumers talk, and we talk in union, the corporations listen. Then the government listens. And then, like the environmental movement, established the environmental agency that cured so much illness in our earth. I can't even tell you, God bless the environmental agency. We are renewing our dedication to the dignity of human life and its value on earth. Amen.
Super. So with this note, we have a question. The question is coming from Nigeria. Why do we, it's a very silly, but this is a, very common question probably for you guys, but it's a question. So why do we need medicine? Why can't we rely on natural food? When we went for industrialization, we actually killed humanity. And that's the reason probably we are getting a lot of disease. How to prepare yourself for the next pandemic or epidemic?
Dr. Chang.
Actually, that's a great question. I will answer in detail on Tuesday. But briefly, let me put this way here is that, as Tom Levy would elegantly put it, that there are a lot of issues in our health and disease, but the key point at the biochemical level, at the molecular level, is what we call, actually in plain language, is free radicals, or what we call oxidative stress. Basically, it's the ratio between toxins and antitoxins. You can call it nutrition and antitoxin. Okay. So to answer that question briefly, not to go on to our lecture, is that we keep on having these free radicals, toxins coming in. Also, we produce these free radicals in our body. How do we maintain the balance? Food is a major part. I always say, if you eat nutritious, Martin says elegantly, we have to start from farming. Okay, that's our major problem. Is that if we eat right, 60–70% of our health problems will be gone. But it's 60–70%. The remaining 30–40% require additional medical approach. Okay, for example, the toxins in our body, how can we get it out? Yes, food is important, but also we need other methods. But also, on top of that, we have, for example, look at this panel, several of us are approaching middle age, okay, like Jack and I. So at this level, we have these hormonal changes in our body, not only women, menopause, men also have andropause. Now, that is not something you can use food to adjust. We have to, if you want to intervene, we have a way of intervening, what we call bioidentical hormone replacement. Now, that's part of the medicine. So that's not something food you can do. Just give you some example. You want more detail, we can talk a little bit more on Tuesday.
Of course.
I wanted to add something.
May I say something?
Please.
Go ahead, Greg.
You know, because we have tested tens of thousands of people over the last 50 years. And the reality is food is great for macronutrients, but you can't eat enough food. Ultimately, it's not what you eat, it's what you're able to deliver to the cells. And approximately 60% of the population suffers from what's called hypercoagulation, thick blood syndrome. And if you don't address that, you're fighting an uphill battle. And this is where micronutrient support comes in handy.
Super answer. Dr. Jack, you're muted.
To add what Greg was saying and Dr. Chang, is that we have a high intake of processed food, and that really unbalances our nutrient density. So we have very high calories with very low nutrient density, which really unbalances our metabolism. So that's the issues that we're dealing with, in addition to what they were mentioning. So that's one of the things we have to do. We have to eat a more nutrient-dense diet, more close to the natural health, more close to organic vegetables, more hydration, more fruits, that kind of thing. But it has to be from an organic origin. And also, some of us are going to need a little bit more of certain nutrients, just because we may have a certain genotropic disease, as Dr. Roger Williams used to call it, or as we know now, a genetic polymorphism, and they're more prevalent that we want to give it credit for. And and that's measuring, as Greg said, is the only way that you could figure it out.
We need integrative, that's the key word. Exercise, sunshine, stress reduction, sufficient sleep. You tell me which one is more important than the other. We need all of them. So that's the view, not unlike today's medicine. You get hypertension, I'll give you a blood pressure pill. That's wrong. That's only probably 10% of the problems. We need a holistic, integrative, and that's the key word. So integrative, also molecular medicine. That's what we need.
Okay, so we have got another question. This is coming from a very, very unique land, and it's from a Baltic Sea region. So someone is asking that when you look at new generation medicine and when you look at new vitamins, which is consumable for people, we don't know how to differentiate which is good and which is bad. Probably that's one of the core reasons we get a lot of disease. And as per my understanding, maximum disease starts from liver. What is your suggestion? How do you feel that as a as a human being, we can protect ourselves. Next quote, adding with that, you doctors are the direct angels, probably the blessings from God. Help us. Anyone can take it.
Let me stop maybe. Well, actually, liver is our chemical processing plant in our body. Very important, no question about it. But no part in our body is not important. And is that important? Of course. You know. So actually, a lot of diseases probably I would say start from your gut, not from your liver. Okay. Now, one major, I'm not going to give a long lecture again, is that one major issue here is that our body is separated from the environment from a protective layer. We know skin. And we also have the lining in our gut, which is the extension of our skin. We have the lining in our respiratory, in the lungs. That's also the extension of skin. Now, this layer is critical. It is to separate us from the environment so that the bad things cannot enter into our body. That's critical. Why do we have so many, do you realize autoimmune diseases are on the rise? We have more and more diseases, for example, Hashimoto's thyroid problems, skin rash, and many of these rheumatoid diseases. Why? Because our so-called, our immune system is fighting against us. Why? Are they crazy? No. The major reason here, this is one example, just one example, is that because of our lining, because of the bad quality food, like Martin has mentioned earlier, is that all these toxins in our environment, particularly from the food, because that's the bulk load, is that these toxins are tearing up our GI lining, making breaks, something we call, some of you may have heard of the term leaky gut. Technically, scientifically, we call it increased intestinal permeability. Basically, larger molecules that are foreign to our body, naturally not to be in our body, now are able to enter into our body. Now, these molecules will cause problems. That's actually the very start of a lot of issues. Again, this, in my view, I consider it as a process. The root causes are still the toxins, poor nutrition. But this process is important because of these large molecules, toxins can enter into our body, wreak havoc, causing all other problems. Okay, now that is one issue. Now, if we look at the diseases and health in this fashion, then we understand. Then we will understand how we can, approach, like Greg mentioned earlier, the micronutrients, and Michael also mentioned, we simply can't get enough nutrients. For example, somebody mentioned, I think you mentioned, Arijit, about lemon. Do you know, I take 10 grams on average, 10,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day. I'm heavily influenced by Tom Levy, and I think it makes perfect sense. I think Michael, we're on the same line here, is that we need a lot of vitamin C. Why? Because our vitamin C content in our food has decreased significantly, and also the toxins in our food has increased dramatically. But in order to get 10,000 milligram vitamin C, you know how many oranges you need to take? 150 oranges, middle-sized 150 oranges. That's a lot. When you're taking that vitamin C, yes, you get 10 grams of vitamin C. You know how much sugar you're getting at the same time? 2.7 kilogram. So when you're getting 10 grams of vitamin C, you're getting 2.7 kilogram of sugar, and that's going to kill you. Okay.
Doc.
Yeah, I wanted to add something. Basically, in relation to the liver has these detoxification system 1, system 2, and system 3. And the point here is that these require many metabolic steps, require thousands of enzymes, and these enzymes require cofactors. And the cofactors are vitamins and minerals. So it takes a lot of energy to detoxify, and it takes a lot of nutrients to detoxify. And it has to be nutrients, as we were mentioning, from a non-toxic, source. So it has to be organic nutrients in that sense.
Now, hold on. We have literally, I'm telling you, we have thousands of questions. There's tens of thousands of people. So we got to answer these questions like Okay?
Well, let me just add one thing.
Go ahead.
And that is, you know, I can't help it. Everyone should look into methylation and learn about methylation. We are carbon
Yes.
creatures.
Oh.
Virtually all carbon compounds are toxic to the human body. I mention it because methylation is the key to heart function, circulation, digestion, detoxification, immunity, brain function, and energy regulation in the body. It is responsible for more biologic end products in the human body that controls and regulates all of our body function than any other system in the body. From your neurotransmitters to your energy regulators to, as we've been discussing a lot today, detoxification, the master antioxidant of the body, glutathione, is made through the process of methylation. So I encourage everybody to at least find some information on it. If you want to, go to drinkyourvitamins.com, read The Healing Power of Methylation, because this has become the most important, significant work in literally 60 years of our work in preventive medicine and orthomolecular therapy. And I think people will realize how powerful this is, especially now when it comes to DNA methylation and protection of RNA, and especially in dealing with an assault like COVID.
And it's not expensive. It's not expensive.
Super.
We have made it easy.
You know, cut your beer in half, add vitamins, and guess what? You're healthy. You can't catch COVID. Okay, go ahead.
So for the sake of the summit, and the time is so what we are going to do, we are proposing from World Leaders Summit. I'll give you a very basic idea how it all started. It started with a very simple, crazy idea in my brain that probably I can bring the world together to share the knowledge, and I'm humbled and honored and blessed enough that people actually supported the whole cause without any kind of question. They voluntarily came and supported. And all of them, to be very honest, all of them are so kind. Marty, my friend, is an amazing support. Andrea is like an amazing support. I can go on with names. Dr. Tina Alton. I mean, I can go on with names, you know. So they are all great human beings. And thank you so much for all the support that you guys have shown to me. Well, for the sake of everyone, let me reveal this fact. My timeline, my lifestyle for the last 3 months, continuous basis, I've been sleeping for 2 hours in a day and 22 hours working continuous basis, doing multitasking with all my teammates. They are probably sleeping for 4 to 5 hours in a day. Kudos to them. What a energy, guys. Thank you so much for bringing all these together. Thank you all the ecosystem partners to, you know, bring this forward and share these news, blasting, you know, into social media and internet, getting thousands of questions in our social media. So I propose to Mr. Jack and Marty, probably we can have another round of this kind of only discussion with all these questions, probably, you know, which will maybe encourage a lot of people to learn and understand. With this note, probably we can have amazing world and handhold with each other. Probably go for something which is really cool. And Marty and me are discussing that maybe we should propose something like this to have a super cool discussion like this, probably on a monthly program, probably have something which is an educational format where people will get a lot of information. And for all of you, this is like this summit is completely free to join, attend, share. Everyone is doing it for free, but yes, they are getting a lot of value as a get back. I'm blessed to have all of you, and taking Marty's word, this is League of Justice. We need you. Are you that next superhero to join League of Justice? So before ending this summit for today, I need our beautiful judge and jury, Andrea, to please kindly turn off her mic and maybe say a few words to the awardees and industry awardees who got the award, and probably formally give a closing note to all of us. Andrea, over to you.
Thank you so much, and big congratulations on organizing this amazing event, Arjit, and bringing us all together. I was happy to be a judge in this wonderful panel today, where I learned a lot myself as well. Very informative. And congratulations to all the startups that had the courage to submit their applications to us for the review and for the judgment, of course. So I think with the entrepreneurship, it's all about thinking outside of the box on how to solve global problems, whether local in geography or global in means, entrepreneurs will find a way. And that's what we've seen from all the startups today. And not only will they find a way to solve the problems, they will evolve, they will rethink based on the situation that's happening in the world. And entrepreneurs are agile, they're innovative, and they're not just working on great ideas, solving problems, they're building up our economy. And that's, I think, one of the most important takeaways. Their ideas are creating jobs. They're enhancing prosperity, and they're inspiring the next generation of rising entrepreneurs who see how their minds can be our greatest resources. And after all, the invention and innovation do not occur without a strong and powerful motive. Great ideas come from great minds, and great minds go where they're welcomed. So I think we all must work together. Educational institutions, governments, digital parks, investors, venture funds, to promote and to foster the spirit of entrepreneurship. So I applaud the organizers of this event, but most importantly, all of you for taking a leap of putting your business ideas out there to be judged on 5 categories, which are business model, innovation, leadership and team, revenue model, and scalability. And with that, it's my great pleasure and personal honor to have been the judge in the Startup Award presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Andrea. World Leader Summit is happening from 7th of 16th of December 2020 with roar, with shout, loud and clear. 120 plus speakers, 90 plus countries. Stay tuned for 15th, 14th, and 16th December. Thank you so much. Sayonara, ciao, ciao, paka paka.
Aloha.
Jai Chin, wa aini.